not seeing it. So he's not seeing the TV.
Okay.
But
those online.
You can see from here.
Yes, I can move it.
So you can put it like you did the other time.
Yes, sir.
Remove this thing on top and put it there for me. No, on top of where the microphone.
Oh, okay, okay.
Move all those two.
Okay.
No, there, my side.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the.
Then you can put it on top. So we can get started.
7th edition.
Say what?
I say, is it 7th edition?
The stuff I gave you.
No,
Yeah, 7th. Yeah.
7th edition.
7th, yeah, today. So when you said I can come and do the welcome.
No, I will call you. I will introduce you.
Because a lot of people are in the house already.
I got already before me in Nigeria. Any minute we have
downloaded the slides, so whenever I will now be opening it.
Okay, okay.
So for now,
Okay, exactly. Okay. So, with the permission of the chairman and of course the chief hosts, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I am not from EFCC. Let me make that clear. Those of you who are watching virtually all over the world, please, I'm not from EFCC. My name is Charles Fakroha. I am going to be your anchor for today, and at the same time your MC. But I will also present a paper, but being somebody who is still learning, we'll be talking about tax. And of course, I don't even know anything about tax, but we'll talk about the tax, how it affects my mother in the village. Okay, I welcome you to the 7th edition of BLAKEY's National Tax Conference. Theme: Agricultural Revolution in Nigeria, the Tax Incentives Age. We'll start, but before I call the chief host to come and present his welcome address, let me just say, while we're preparing for this conference, no farmer, whether it was a livestock farmer or crop farming, even fishery, we didn't kill any of them. And so, as a young child in secondary school doing agriculture, we are told that agriculture is the mainstay of Nigerian economy. I just hope and believe that it is still the mainstay of Nigerian economy, because coming today, they told me that the price of PMS has increased and there are a lot of shenanigans in the street of Lagos now. But it's okay. Yeah, so today we are looking at agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentive age. I must also recognize the chairman of the occasion. I hope he's a chief now. Okay, just Irechuku George. You're welcome, sir. I can recognize you and other notable guests that is here. You're all welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, not to waste much time, the man himself. Let me welcome. His name is very big for me to pronounce, but I'll try. Yes. Chief Okudili Ijezie. I hope I got that correctly. In fact, when you talk about tax auditing, he is the man. And we must congratulate him for organizing this kind of national conference. It's not easy. According to him, it's part of his CSRO, giving back to society. And we are so happy and when we grow up, we want to emulate him. Would the honor and privilege given to me let me welcome to the high table the chief himself, Chief Okudili EJZ. Sir, you're welcome, sir, for the welcome address, sir. Welcome address. You're welcome, Chief.
Thank you.
I think the chairman should also be at the high table.
Judge, come on.
Let me call it properly. You know, give honor to who honor is due. Yeah, so the chairman of this occasion, permit me if I've not mentioned his name, but I've recognized him.
Engineer George.
Engineer. Okay, maybe doctor.
No, Engineer George Irechukwu.
Engineer
FCA.
George Irechukwu, FCA, fellow of the institute. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir.
Judge.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. So we just have the chairman taking his seat, and then I will leave the pulpits for
now.
For now, that's for the chief host to give his welcome address. Chief, you are welcome. Oh, this one. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. As our MC, Master of Ceremony, has introduced, my name is Chief Blakey Okudili Ijezie, FCA. I normally put that FCA, I don't know why, but as a first chartered accountant from Ebwem Ozobolo, and the third from Ozobla and Apo Kingdom, headquarters of Ekwitigo local government area in Anambra State. I normally like to project that I'm a chartered accountant so that the young ones will know that it's not only business that thrives in Ozobolo town. I became a chartered accountant in 1985, close to 40 years ago, and I project that angle of my life anywhere I go. Thank you for the people who are already here, but because we are now on hybrid, physical and virtual through YouTube now, the physical attendance has dwindled significantly, but there's nothing we can do about it, because when we were doing only physical attendance, a lot of people from Nnewi, from Okija, from Enugu, from America, from Europe, and from Canada, we are requesting that we should do it on virtual basis as well, so that they can key in, and that is what we are doing. And we are not regretting that the physical attendance has dwindled, but we've seen a lot of people are already online. So the opening address, or welcome address, once more I thank everybody who are here in Barnes Mall, the banquet hall, 4th floor, for this 7th edition of the Blakey's National Tax Conference. Most especially, my very good friend since 1986, Engineer George Irechukwu, FCA. He's an engineer, first class honors from University of Lagos, and he switched over to accounting at Pricewaterhouse, where we met when he joined the firm in 1986, September or October 1986, and we have remained friends since then. Though I joined earlier than him 3 years before, but today he's large, having been Managing Director, Chief Executive of Savannah Bank in 2001, Commissioner for Special Advisor, Budget and Plan in Imo State in 2007/8, Commissioner for Works, Imo State, later in 2008, and subsequently Commissioner for Finance, Imo State, up to 2011. You see how he transformed from engineering to accounting, finance, and later back to Commissioner for Works and Housing in Imo State, and finalized with the Commissioner for Finance. So he's here. He came in before 9 o'clock because in Pricewaterhouse, you dare not go to the client's office late or attend an AGM late. But we have a logistic issue which we've finalized before commencing about 10-20 minutes ago. Georgie, we used to call him Georgie, you're welcome. Thank you so much. He was to be the chairman last August here, but he's now a global citizen. So when I mooted the idea to him, he told me that he wouldn't be in Africa. But if I can defy to this time around, he would attend. I didn't ask him whether it was yesterday or 2 days ago that he flew in from across the globe, but he's here with us. Thank you, George. An old friend since 1986. That's about 48 years ago. Sorry, 38 years ago. I hope I'm right. Yeah, 1986 today, 38. So I don't joke with my old friends at all. Old friends are like brothers and sisters. But I have a new friend whom I've just told that in 40 years' time, I will be making this type of reference, that I knew him October 2, 2024. And that's Charles Fakroha. Charles, I'm most delighted. Charles, I met 2024, October 2, on a Wednesday, actually 8 days ago, when he's a trainer, by the way, stock exchange, stock broker and trainer. There was a course workshop we assisted the owner to organize last week. So my time was on Wednesday, so he was around and we met. And when I told him about this conference, he said he would like to be the MC. We made him MC, or we accepted his offer and re-offered him to come in and stand in for Tunji, Dr. Tunji Adeniyi, who is bereaved. Just 2 days ago, he told me he's not a tax consultant. How can he be talking about tax incentives and the agricultural revolution? I told him our course is usually like an elephant. Our seminar conference is usually like an elephant. That you can take it from any side. That most people who are guest speakers in our conference are not accountants nor tax consultants, but they are expectedly taxpayers. So if you come in, you can take it from the taxpayer's angle, and he agreed. And today, you will appreciate what I mean, that taxation is for everybody. So Charles, you are most welcome. And I'm such a person that once I see the good in you, I keep bringing you closer. Like Tunji Adeniyi I mentioned, he's been a permanent guest speaker for my training courses since August 15, 2019 at Sheraton Lagos Hotel. Just like you, he just told me my friends wanted me to come out of retirement as a tutor so that I don't disturb them 24/7 on WhatsApp forums. I said, okay, I will be out, but I will. My firm will organize a conference, which we did, the best so far. And Tunji Adeniyi inboxed me and said, "Are you saying I'm not your friend? Why are you not putting me as one of the guest speakers?" I said, "Sorry, sir." And he said he needed only 30 minutes. We gave him 30 minutes And at the dot of 1 hour, 30 minutes, I told him, you have exhausted 30 minutes and additional 1 hour. So can you give space for other people? And he agreed. And since then, I saw he has passion for sharing knowledge. So for this conference, today is the 7th edition. Tunji has been a guest speaker from edition 1 to today, but he's bereaved. So most likely, he won't show up to share his own knowledge today. I don't know, but when we were doing it physically, he will come from Ekiti, where he's based now. He's a big farmer. He read agricultural science in the first degree and has a PhD in agricultural science. So this edition is actually for him to tell us how he's been managing all these Fulani herdsmen in his farm in Ekiti. But man proposes, God disposes. So when we were doing it physically, he will travel from Ekiti State, where he is now resident, to Lagos a day before the conference. After the conference, the next day he will go back to Ekiti. But when we started it hybrid by virtual Zoom, YouTube, he will just tell me in the afternoon, after attending to the farm, he will come in and be the last but one speaker from Ekiti. So he has the Zoom facility and he will come in and give us his lecture. But today, like I said, he's bereaved. I'm not too sure he will be coming. Charles, that's how you get crashed into this program. 2 days ago I told you, and the stuff you prepared is top grade. So why am I saying this? Just like Tunji, who is a permanent guest speaker now, Charles will be a permanent MC, Master of Ceremony, and at the same time, guest speaker. Charles is all rounder, so you won't run away from it. We normally hold it either on Tuesday or Thursday every other month. The December edition is already slated, but after today's, we will find out who and who will be available to be guest speakers, chairman, etc. And it's holding on December 12th, 2024, a Thursday, and it's on this venue as well. So Charles, I've extended invitation for you to come to become the MC as well as a guest speaker. The topic for December will be on this new tax regime. Because when we started on October 10, 2023, we were looking at the new tax regime, what will it be like? And after that, we decided to continue so that we will be advising the government and the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policies and Tax Reforms what people are thinking about. And recently, like just last month, early this month, they have finished their job and sent the bills to the National Assembly. And the type of National Assembly we have today, I hope I'm not on tape. The type of National Assembly we have today is a rubber stamp National Assembly. So I expect that everything that the presidency sent to them, the 4 tax bills, they will just say, Ashwaju, where do you want us to sign? And they will sign there. So December edition will be looking holistically at all the task force bills that will become an act then, and look at it, and our speakers will come and do justice to it. And the panelists for December 12th edition will be all the chairmen and guest speakers from inception, that's from October 10 last year to today. All of them will be the panelists. They can either come physically to this venue or from their comfort areas, comfort offices, and they share experiences of what they think about the new tax acts. So that's what we'll be doing in December. But today, we'll be doing agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentives edge. What are we saying? We are saying that there is hunger, or there will be hunger in Nigeria in the next couple of months, years, and that Nigeria needs to think ahead, just like the Israelites thought during the time of famine. Sorry, I think it was in when Joseph was in charge, minister of Israel. When there was going to be 7-year famine or so, he advised Pharaoh then that they should concentrate on agriculture. That is what I'm foreseeing now. That with the herdsmen, farmers conflicts, with the Boko Haram in the northeast, with the banditry that is ravaging northwest, and with the unknown gunmen in the southeast, and in the southwest, you have the kidnappings and the cultists. In the south-south, I don't know what our Serida Kobo is up to now. Many people will find it difficult going forward to go to the farms, amongst other things. So government needs to look into how to sort out this security nationwide so that farmers can go back to the farms. Because if we don't grow what we eat, with the high gyration of the naira versus foreign currencies, there will be trouble in Nigeria, but God forbid. So today, we will see how government can support people in Nigeria, farmers. For some of us who are in our forum, it also intellectual forum, once in a while I showcase my garden in Anthony Village. And because the people haven't given me award on farming, I usually give myself, I think 2 years ago, I gave myself 2022 Farmer of the Year. And this year again, I've equally given myself an award, Farmer of the Year. So people should, even when you are living in Lagos, in Onitsha, in Abuja, etc., I think the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is advocating for it now. People should use their compound as gardens so that you can grow the little things you can use so that there will be sufficiency. I grow a lot of things in my farm, in my garden. Plantain. Yesterday, that was what I had for lunch, for breakfast, sorry. Plantain, banana, and even palm fruits, coconut, etc. Cocoa is coming up. So people should see how they can, we can't leave everything to government, to the farmers, because like I said, most farmers don't go to their farms now. So people should see how they can use their compound. Even if you are living in a flat, the balcony, you can use cement bag and soil, put soil inside there and grow something, even if it's only vegetable. By next year, I will be growing yam in my compound because I have a big expanse of compound. I will line it up and grow yam because these days a tuber of yam, I understand, is about 5,000. I don't go to market, but anytime my people go to market and come back, they wear frown face, and I don't usually ask them how was the market because it's everything as naira is falling. Prices of everything is going up. I don't know how the market woman knows that naira has fallen down. So things are going bad. So in a nutshell, what we are saying is that Nigeria should think about agricultural revolution through giving good incentives to farmers and to the population who are growing foodstuff. I don't want to preempt what our chairman and the paper presenters will say, but I think incentives should equally be given to people like us who have gardens, so that it will spur us to increase it. So, in a nutshell, I welcome all of you, and we have an in-house journalist in quote, already recording what we are saying, Herald Views. So you'll be sure that what we are saying today, by tomorrow, latest, it will be in the airwaves, courtesy of Herald Views, powered by Mrs. Obi. You are welcome, ma'am. Thank you. I hand over to the MC now. Permanent MC.
Wow, let's give a round of applause for Chief. That was a very, very wonderful welcome address. He has eventually, in fact, he has summarized the conference. He has summarized the conference. This is very interesting. I am not a farmer, but I'm manifesting laugh today. I like the chief said, incentive should be given to people like him. Everybody, as long as you have a small space in your balcony, you can plant vegetable so that we'll be able to feed ourselves. And with this flooding, in fact, they just told me today, my village, somewhere in Niger Delta, they're already expecting the flood. And I'm thinking of my grandmother in the village now, all like yam bank, but they told me they have increased their heights of the yam bank so that they are praying that the flood level should not go beyond a certain height. Now, that will make the price of yam tubers to go up. Agriculture. That's where the only thing that we take seriously is soil quality. Farmers are the root of all prosperity. And we are talking to the government, give farmers incentive in terms of tax. Yeah, before I call on the chairman of the occasion to give his remark, let me just tell you one short story. Very short story. I visited a farm and I saw a sign that said, fresh eggs. I asked the farmer, how fresh? He said, well, the chicken laid them this morning. I said, that is egg excellence. That is egg excellent. Okay? So, at this junction, let me call the chairman of this occasion. It's no other person than engineer, doctor, okay. Engineer George Irechukwu. I don't need to read his bio again, but a one-time former managing director of a very big bank in the country. You're welcome, Chairman, sir. You're welcome. You have a good day.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will dive directly into my address at this 7th edition of Chief Blakey Okwudili-Jeze's National Tax Conference, holding today, Thursday, October 10, 2024, at this time, or from this time to late afternoon, inside the banquet hall of Banex Mall, here in Lekki, Phase 1. Let me say that the welcome address given by the chief host and convener, Chief Blakey Okwudili-Jeze, has set the tone for today's event. Your Excellencies, governors who are represented here, our distinguished senators, guest speakers, tax professionals, policymakers, administrators, consultants, taxpayers, members of the organized private sector, conference participants, conference admin and secretarial support staff, gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests, and fellow professionals. I am honored to welcome you to the 7th edition of Chief Ijezie Okudili Ijezie National Tax Conference, holding today here. The theme of today's conference is and remains agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentive edge. The conference promises to be an insightful event focusing on the agricultural revolution in Nigeria and the role of tax incentives in driving change. The keynote address by the convener and the guest speakers' presentations will provide valuable perspective on this carefully considered and well-chosen topic. The theme is critical and best suited for our current economic realities. As usual, the fee for the event has remained and is still free of charge, as we say, pro bono to all participants, courtesy of Blakey Ijezie Foundation, and promises to be an excellent opportunity for learning and networking. As we gather here today, our world and indeed our nation is facing unprecedented economic challenges. Taxation, as we all know, plays a critical role in shaping our global and local economies. This conference provides a timely opportunity for us to explore and harness contemporary ideas and solutions to current developments, challenges, and opportunities in the taxation, similar and relevant to our present situation. Over the next few hours, we shall benefit from the wealth of wisdom and knowledge, the hands-on experience and expertise of our guest speakers and panelists, who are here to generously share their insights, knowledge, expertise, and various relevant tax policies, tax reforms, tax strategies, tax planning, and tax practices, including those that have been successfully applied elsewhere in other economies to solve critical fiscal problems. Chief Blakey Okudili Ijezie, FCA, has today assembled a diverse range of speakers, including tax professionals, academics, industry experts, to ensure a comprehensive, robust, and engaging discussion. The conference will aim to achieve some of the following. It will highlight the current bold agricultural initiatives by the federal government of Nigeria. We shall see and interrogate how revolutionary or otherwise they are. The tax incentives to bat and sustain the agricultural revolution. How impactful in terms of job creation, food security, containment of inflation, putting disposable income in the hands of farmers to help alleviate poverty, tax revenue generation for government, agro-industrial processing, and so on and so forth. What changes will the impact of all of this make? We shall see and learn from our speakers what changes to expect and how we can key in to benefit from those changes individually and collectively. What are the creative tax incentives or reforms that will make this revolution a game changer in Nigeria, and the enabling framework, legal, fiscal, monetary, etc., that will be put in place to regulate all of this that government is planning, and how that will also help navigate us from the economic doldrum that we find ourselves today. In advance, I would like to thank our guest speakers, organizers, and sponsors for their contribution to this noble cause, through upping the ante in the tax education, policy reform, professional development, patriotism, and philanthropy by the one and only Blakey Ijeze Foundation, who have put this together and have sustained it. Today is the 7th edition, and we're already projecting into the 8th and subsequent editions. You heard during the opening address where the Chief Blakey Okudili Ijeze FCA told us that every person who has been a chairman in all the editions before now have already been co-opted to be panelists in the 8th. So I've already been, that means they have conscripted me already into the 8th edition. I want to say that I have gladly accepted.
Thank you, sir.
And we are going to be here physically. I will not participate by Zoom. Even if I'm anywhere in the world, I'll make sure I come in physically to be here. Yes, I will be here. I invite all of us to please sit back, relax, feel free to contribute generously to the fruitful discussions. Feel free to ask any type of question you want to ask. Be open-minded to learn from and share your knowledge with other participants. I wish all of us a productive, enlightening, and rewarding participation at this 7th edition, the 7th edition of Chief Blakey Okudili Ijeze's National Tax Conference is hereby humbly declared open by me. Thank you.
Thank you.
What can I say? Chairman, thank you very much. Of course, I wasn't expecting less from such an experienced person. Yes, I mean, you can't be a former managing director and a commissioner in one of the Southeast states. And of course, Chairman, thank you once more for that brief Chairman's remark. Yes, we are moving forward. Those of you who are watching virtually, I hope you are getting the gist of this conference. Agriculture. I am not a farmer. But let's compare agriculture to technology. Let's see. Agriculture is like technology. But instead of coding, what are we doing? We are cropping. Instead of startup, we are talking about plots up. But seriously, agriculture is the future. And tax incentives are the fertilizer. The government have said it is no longer Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. And food security is also in the purview of national security. To tell you how they have placed importance in food security. We are told consumer price index, inflation is over 33% right now. And for that basket, it is food, and of course transportation that is making everything so costly today. We must take agriculture very, very seriously. Farm to table. There are a lot of agro-island companies today that are not doing well because of no government incentives. The government and the local foods have to work together to see that this farm produce should be added value to process so that farmers get the right pricing for their products. And of course, government has to put in a lot of infrastructure to improve the farmers' yield. Somebody asked me a question, said, why did the chicken go to the veterinary? Because there was a foul play. Why did the tractor needs to go for therapy? Because the tractor complained that it's having plowing problem. So we can see tax incentive is a key factor in improving agriculture in our country today. At this juncture, I think I will now call one of the speakers. I will call one of the speakers. IT, is the presentation ready? Okay, just come so that while the guest speaker is preparing somewhere, I don't know who the guest speaker is here, or at least the first guest speaker. Let's see. The first guest speaker. Let's see, we are trying to unveil him. Do you have it there now? Okay, later on we'll watch the video. Okay, so yes, we'll skip the keynote address. We'll take it for another time. Is that okay? The keynote address, we'll take it later.
After the first guest speaker.
Okay, after okay. Yes, so for the first paper.
So which one? What's the name? Which of the?
Agricultural Revolution,
Okay.
the tax aid. Tax incentive. No, not this one.
This one.
Yes, the second one I said to you.
Let's open it, let's see. No, that's Catalyst for Change. It's a very short paper.
Isn't it?
I'm still sure.
I think put the this like, let me see. Okay.
Is that it? Yeah, are you
Yeah,
seeing it?
yeah,
This is
yeah, this is it.
Let me share.
Share it. Okay, so if you are still listening, we're going to share the screen so that you follow the discussion. Like I said, the topic is agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax in. Sorry, come. Truly not just here.
So,
Okay. Okay. Okay, so just go back to the beginning. Okay. So just.
yeah. So you can use this.
Okay, yes. Let me introduce the first guest speaker. He will be talking about agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentive edge. The first speaker is no other person than my humble self. Chairman, sir. Convener. Charles Fakroa is a chartered stockbroker, an investment banker, a trainer, and currently he trades with the Nigerian Stock X, that is the NGS group. Okay, so his topic is agricultural revolution in Nigeria, the tax incentive edge. Now, this paper will be looking at the introduction to the Nigerian agricultural sector, current condition of agriculture, key tax incentives for agriculture, positive impact for tax incentives, case study. We'll take a particular company and look at what they have done, taking advantage of tax incentives. Of course, challenges facing tax incentive in the agricultural sector. Then also look at some okay, just be patient. There is some little technical glitch. We are going to take care of that. Yes, while we are waiting for that, I have another short story for you. You see, some time ago I tried starting a farm. I tried to start a farm, but my crops kept failing. And I was wondering, what's the problem? I guess I could say I was having a spell. So but when I now went back to consult the owners of the land, then my crops started doing very well. Yes, we are coming there. What's the problem? What's the challenge?
The display is too big for, like, it's expanding.
But I hope they will be saying it. So I just follow the same thing, have you? Okay, yeah, so thank you for that technology. Yeah. Agriculture is key in Nigeria, and we must continue to give it that place of pride. So we're looking at challenges facing tax incentives, recommendations for improvement, and of course conclusion and future outlook. Introduction to Nigeria's agricultural sector. Agriculture is a cornerstone of Nigeria's economy, contributing approximately 25% to the country's GDP and employing around 30% of its workforce. In fact, that should be more, you know, despite that everything now has become digitalized. We're even being told now that with AI, robots can do all the farm work my grandmother used to do in the village. And of course, that will make her to relax very well. So despite the significant role the sector faces, numerous challenges including inadequate funding, which hampers investments in infrastructure and technology. It is good to apply technology in agriculture, very good. And of course, that is why we have a lot of institutions today. Agricultural Training Institute. Universities also have, in fact, we even have specialized universities just for agriculture. But I'm surprised these days, a University of Agriculture will be taking courses will be taking courses in English language. Well, anyway, that tells you that the farmer today is not an illiterate. And they need to be businessmen. So where you see courses like agricultural economy, okay? So farmers today are the key to prosperity in any economy. Limited access to markets further exacerbates these challenges, preventing farmers from reaching consumers and maximizing their production potential. Now, we always complain about the middlemen. I call them off-takers. They wait. As soon as it's harvest time, they come there, they clear, they say farmer take, they clear. And of course, they put their margin and they sell, bring them to the city centers, and they process. Some people process and export. Some people export the raw agricultural product. But I think for we today in Nigeria, we must be thinking of adding value to our agricultural commodity before we begin to export. Because it's funny, take cocoa for example. You export cocoa, the raw cocoa bean. They take it somewhere in Europe, they process it and send it back to you as chocolate at a much higher price. So that is why we need a lot of investment in agriculture, and the government must lead the way. Current condition of agriculture. Agriculture's contribution to GDP and employment. Agriculture accounts for approximately 25% of Nigeria's GDP. We've seen that from quarter to quarter. And agriculture employs a lot of labor. Though we are transiting to technology in agriculture, but of course the human factor will still be there. Because a nation that cannot feed itself cannot call itself a nation. In fact, some time ago, Ukraine and Russia, they're having war. Yet, Ukraine is still sending wheat to Nigeria. And they're the ones that are fighting war. So, what happened to the arable lands that we have all over the country? I did a little research. And I saw that Borno State alone can cultivate a lot of wheat, even Niger State. But today, what happened? Northeast, like the chairman said, bedeviled with Boko Haram insurgency. Northwest, banditry. And the farmers cannot go and farm. Agricultural sector employs about 30% of the country's workforce. Agricultural exports are vital for foreign exchange, earnings, and trade balance. But we all know the problem associated with exporting agricultural commodity international markets. They tell you of quality. And most of the time, because of the logistic, maybe you package these things, you put them in the ship, and they are taking them to Europe or other places. They tell you because of the moisture content, because of the number of weevil in the beans, this is the problem. And most of the people in that business are having a lot of challenges. Well, we would say the government is trying in that respect. The Export Promotion Council, they are doing a lot of training to ensure that our farmers, what they export to the international market meets best standard and quality. Untapped potentials and constraint. Potential for growth is hindered by inadequate infrastructure and funding. government cannot continue to play lip service when it comes to agriculture. Government needs to become intentional. That is, we must set goals for ourselves. They say an hungry man is an angry man. People need to eat. We're not even talking about balanced diet, the type of nutrition, but we need to provide food. We need to engage our youth in the rural areas. Even in urban areas, there are farming techniques that can be used in the urban areas. People will tell me that the lands are not available again, There are modern farming techniques, sustainable agriculture that can be practiced. That is to have high yield, taking advantage optimally of the land that is available. Limited access to markets reduces farmers' profitability and productivity. The farmers have to get good pricing for their produce. I don't see any reason why a small village in Delta State, Patani, where they cultivate a lot of cassava. I did my survey. There is no cassava processing company there, or even the small one. I want to ask the villagers, they said, well, we used to have them before, but everything has gone bad. Because of power, we cannot power this machine and all that. So, the youth, the women, still go back to the old method, where they grate this cassava, they smash them before they begin to produce their gari, their starch, and other byproducts of cassava. With local fabrication, we can get young engineers to fabricate some of this machine, and they will process this cassava, bag gari, supply that local environment, and even bring some to Lagos. Then what happened? And I expect, because government is 3 tiers, I expect the local government to be involved. In fact, I even inquired, where is the supervisor for agriculture in the local government? Nowhere to be found. So we can see, with all this, we cannot improve our food production. We need to be intentional. Technological advancements in agriculture remains underutilized. Yes. Technological advancement in agriculture remains underutilized. We have a lot of higher institutions that are studying agriculture. All the various aspects, even agricultural engineering is there. Food science is there. Crop science, agronomy, animal husbandry, livestock, veterinary medicine. We have the capacity to train young Nigerians to have interest in agriculture. Agriculture is no longer a business for illiterates. And I'm challenging all the agricultural institutes, all the professors of agriculture today, please come out with your findings in terms of technology, improve seed variety, improve animal variety, so that we can take advantage of those research findings. And I keep saying, there must be collaboration between the town and the gown. Those in the heavy tower, and of course, practicing farmers. We need to improve our crop yield, resistance to disease. And it will amaze you. Brilliant agricultural scientists have done a lot of work. So it's now left for that collaboration. And that can be spearheaded by the Ministry of Agriculture. Even the National Orientation Agency can do a lot of enlightenment and awareness campaign. Because today's discussion is all about tax incentives for agriculture. Let's look at some of the key tax incentives for agriculture. I used to know, because at least I did agriculture to some level. And there is one aspect of agriculture. That was even my best part of agriculture. That is agricultural economics, agricultural extension. You know, there you are looking at basic economics, demand and supply, farm records. You are applying some bit of accounting. So these are some of the basic skills that these young farmers should be taught. Farm records is very key. The farmhouse, the expenses on the farm, the machines that are used on the farm. And that is where government comes in now in terms of saying, okay, we want to support this sector by using tax incentives. Well, I know that as a finance person, there are two things that we are sure of. Debt, and of course tax. You must pay your tax. And the tax man is very, very smart, whether you like it or not. Before you even see your money, he has taken his own. The tax man, very smart. He doesn't even need to argue with you. That is for we who pay, those of us who work for companies and they pay us a salary. Before the salary enters your account, the tax man has taken his own. Then those of you who invest, maybe invest in company, you are paying dividend. Before the dividend gets to you, they say it's withholding tax. They are taking, I think it's 10%. They are taking it already. We are now saying, for a farmer who is running a small agri business, smallholder farmer, and you want him to do his tax returns, you want him to pay tax. He has acquired an equipment. Maybe after 1 or 2 years, the accountant will do some depreciation and all that. What are some of these financial incentives by way of tax we can make available to these smallholder farmers? And also the big farmers too, so that they can increase their production. So, key tax incentives for agriculture. 1, Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund provides guarantee to banks for loan to farmers, encouraging financial institutions to lend to the agricultural sector. Again, this scheme has its own challenges. Because at a point in time, it becomes difficult to even identify who are these farmers that they need to partner. Every local government must have a unit of agriculture where they can begin to do extension services, talking to the farmers as to new and modern techniques of farming. But I know as a young boy in the village, my mother will tell me they know when to farm this particular farmland, they know when to leave it and move to another one and come back later. They were practicing their own form of sustainable agriculture. But now with development, so many things have taken shape. But that is not an excuse. We can still adopt modern techniques in farming. Agricultural sustainability is still key for food production and food security. Tax holidays, yes, you can give tax holidays to big agricultural companies. I want to mention a name of a company, Mr. Chairman, permit me, sir. Agro. I did some consulting work for them in terms of their media. And I was amazed when I spoke to the farm manager there. The equipment they've acquired. And in fact, they even said some of them we can't even fabricate in Nigeria. So, issue of forex, they have to bring them. These are the kind of companies government should be looking at in terms of tax holidays. And if you see the number of employees these company employees, you'll be amazed. They are able to use unripe plantain and they process it to flour. And being a scientist also, we have been told that it is sugarless, it's good. For some of us who are diabetic, you can swallow it with a very good unsalam soup. So we need to encourage companies like Polyagro Limited. I'm not advertising for them, but I'm just telling you what I saw. And they have farms in Oyo State, they have farms even in Delta State, and in different places where people source for plantain, unripe plantain, and supply them, and they process. They also have banga. They process banga, and it is being sold in the supermarket all over Lagos. For me, that is a company that should be giving tax holidays. So exempts agricultural businesses from taxes for specified period, promoting growth and expansion without the tax burden. I don't know what's the rate now for corporate tax, maybe about 30% or thereabout. 30% from the profits. So a tax holiday, maybe for 5 years, will go a long way in improving their cash flow and for them to get the equipment that they need to process some of their products and add value to it. Investment tax credits offers tax credits to investors who put money into agricultural projects, reducing their overall tax liability. It is not only those who are into oil and gas or maybe cement, because they will tell you they want to tar this road number of kilometers and you take it as form of a tax credit. The same can also be extended to those who are involved in agro-allied businesses. We saw what happened. You run a poultry. Because of the fees, very expensive, the poultry farmer can no longer continue. It's going to tell the workers to go. The farm is going to close down. And what happened? Unemployment. When we talk of youth empowerment, it's not only jamboree we see in the state capital. Youth empowerment should be taken to the grassroots. The youth should be taught skills in agricultural technology. Even the fabrication of these tools and maintenance. Of course, power generation too. Because I know what happened in that village in Niger Delta, Patani. They said there was no power to power some of their equipment, and that is why that business just went down. Accelerated depreciation, of course this is for accountants, allow businesses to depreciate agricultural assets faster, providing immediate tax relief and encouraging investment. During my youth service, some years ago, I was a young lady who was teaching agriculture, and it got to that topic, I think, farm account. And she had to say she wants to give the students what is the real farm account. And she called the young guy that is teaching accounts. Say, come, I want to teach my students agricultural, because agri students are not commercial students. They don't do business studies and accounts. But they need to balance, they need to do, okay, P&L. Yes, that is P&L. Okay? And of course, the young lady did so well that these children became interested in record keeping when it comes to, because the school had a small farm where they have planted some things, and most of these children, develop that interest that yes, they can apply knowledge taught to them in agricultural activities. So we won't start it from that young age. Give them that encouragement. The days of where people see farmers as illiterate has gone. Just as a subsidy is gone.
Subsidy is gone.
VAT exemption. Well, you see, when you are talking of economic policies, there should be no politics at all. No politics. But as you tell us today, you are removing VAT from some item, tomorrow you are removing that again. The average farmer or the corporate farmer is not interested in that. If you put VAT on certain agricultural products, then of course that increases the price of that item. I don't need to be an accountant to know that. And as part of the tax incentive for agriculture, you can do VAT exemptions. Exempt certain agricultural products and services from value-added tax, reducing costs for production and consumption. For the consumers. We should not just look at agriculture as only they've got to plant vegetable. Equipment that are being used for production are also part of the cost of production. When you want to mention companies in the country that are into agriculture, yes, we have seen Presco somewhere in Edo State, we have seen Okobo Oil, Ella Lakes, FTM Cocoa, but they are not enough. We want to see more investment in the agricultural value chain. It is not just only in just planting or keeping the livestock, but there is a value chain, the processing. As the products are harvested, they are processed, then the marketing, of course, like we used to say, from the farm to the table. Research and development tax incentives. Encourage innovation in agriculture by providing tax deductions for expenses related to agricultural research and development. I used to know the IITA, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, somewhere in Ibadan. IITA. They have done quite a lot.
Some of my fruits I planted in seedlings I planted in Anthony Village. They are sourced from there.
Okay, so you can see. But my quarrel with them is they're a little bit quiet. Sorry, I'm a media man also.
Too quiet.
I'm a media man. You need to blow your trumpet. You need to blow your trumpet. Nobody will do that for you.
Sorry if I cut it.
No problem, sir.
Now that I'm blowing my trumpet, it's because of my late staff partner, Pricewaterhouse and Sir Harrison. In 1983 or early 84, I was too quiet as a 12, a youngster of about 23 years old. So one day he called me to his office to counsel me and told me, you need to start blowing your trumpet because he, Mr. Harrison, was busy blowing his own, so he wouldn't assist me in blowing my own. So since then, I learned how to start blowing my trumpet, which you are seeing today.
Let's clap for Chief. Let's clap for Chief. So you see, you need to blow your own trumpet.
Somebody will blow it.
And I know that those in the agricultural sector are doing quite a lot of work. Try and visit any of these commercial farms, and you will see that, yes. So we should encourage our youth to go into agriculture, encourage our academia to do a lot of research, and I'm happy today, most of the Nigerian universities you see, I think agricultural engineering is also a course. Agric economics is also a course. Agronomy, crop science, livestock. So these are things we should encourage a lot of research, and government should provide that kind of incentive for scholars who go into agricultural research. Positive impact of tax incentives. Now, what are some of these impacts of these incentives government is giving to agric businesses? I'm sure before the conference is closed today, we might have time to watch a local palace, a video on the importance of the tax incentives. Yeah. What are the impacts of these tax incentives? Increase investment in infrastructure, because the farmers or the businessmen in this agric business will have some extra cash flow to provide for their infrastructure. Tax incentives have attracted significant private investment into agricultural infrastructure, leading to better roads, storage facilities, and irrigation system. Now, it pains me. You will see that the price of, let's take our local maize, corn. During the harvesting period, the price will be down. And you see it literally everywhere. But after that harvesting period, what happens? You can't see it again. Some even get spoiled because no proper storage system. If I don't want to talk about tomatoes, because that one is even very sensitive. Tomatoes. So you cannot tell me you are investing in agriculture when you have not looked at the storage facilities. That's a young lady who started, turkey business. And said because of the power situation, she can no longer continue. This is infrastructure. We need to encourage research into storage facilities. We can fabricate them locally here so that during that bumper harvest, even the price can be controlled. Yes, and the farmers will get fair pricing for their produce. We should encourage middlemen to invest in storage facilities so that as they take off-takers from the farmers, they can store them properly. And thank God we're having some commodity exchange that are coming up. And for the regulators to approve those ones, you need to have a very efficient warehousing system. And of course, because when you store your produce there, certain temperature, certain humidity must be in place so that the product will maintain that quality. And of course, a lot of training for those who are involved in export businesses. Because I hear a lot of stories. They said, your product did not meet international standard. Maybe the moisture content. And those products will be rejected. What happens to that farmer? So it is the responsibility of those agencies to ensure that proper training is done to those who are in export businesses because they export agricultural products. So that's for infrastructure. But again, we must give thanks to the Almighty God. No matter the situation in Nigeria, our climate is still favorable for agricultural activities. I used to say this most of the time. My grandmother is a farmer. I've not heard her one day say government gave her fertilizer to go and plant a cassava or plant a yams or plantain. I've not heard one day. When I was doing my youth service in the north as a teacher, the government came with a scheme. I think it was military government then. And were encouraging people to go into farming. So the school said, okay, Malam Charles, you can have this place. And I said, okay, I have 11 months to stay here so I can plant. They said, okay, beans, you can harvest within 3 months or so. And I planted beans. They brought fertilizer. I said, I don't need this fertilizer. Because there were middlemen who were ready to okay, the government they subsidized the fertilizer. It wasn't free. There is an amount you pay and you get. But what is being sold in the market is different. I said, I don't need this fertilizer. So what they did was, okay, they gave me the money, added some, I took that, they now pay for the government price, and they took that fertilizer, I don't know where they took them to. We should discourage those kind of activities. Let this fertilizer get to the people who need it and who want to make use of it. Because whether we like it or not, fertilizer is an input when it comes to agricultural production. Of course, irrigation scheme, we have a lot of them all over the place. Enhance competitiveness with reduced operational costs through tax benefits. Nigerian agricultural products have become more competitive in both domestic and international markets. Government come into agriculture by way of tax incentives for the businessmen. Our products will become competitive. In fact, government should even do it free of charge in terms of the training, especially for those who export agricultural products. We should put some more time and effort in that area when it comes to our agriculture. If we are serious with food production and food security, improve productivity. Farmers are utilizing modern technologies and practices resulting in higher yields and efficiency due to the financial support from tax incentives. Everybody needs one form of assistance or the other. Before I continue, I was in a gathering and I asked somebody, they were talking about agriculture also. I said, what is the issue? What has made our Nigerian agriculture to have improved? That the experts should share some of those knowledge or agricultural policy. What is the secret of Nigerian agricultural success? And the guy said, we are planting seeds of change and also subsidizing fertilizer. We are planting seeds of change. And I was a bit sarcastic. I said, I hope it's not planting seeds of renewed hope. So you are planting seeds of change. And I hope those seeds you are planting are improved variety. Because if you go and plant seeds of change and they are not improved variety, then what will come out will be the same thing. No? So, but anyway, I was assured that those seeds are seeds of improved variety, that pests and other things will not affect those seeds. So by the time they germinate, they will be resistant to certain diseases. And of course, even some of the livestock, so they will be resistant to like this disease they call, is it cow mouth disease that is affecting livestock. Okay, so improved variety is a key. Okay, job creation and food security. You can see agriculture as you are making money, you are providing employment, and then also one aspect for national security, that is food security. The growth in agricultural activities has led to the creation of numerous jobs, contributing to poverty alleviation. I don't like that. Contributing to wealth creation. What poverty are you alleviating? As I used to tell some people, don't invite me to an anti-war conference. Invite me to a peace conference. That thing we are trying to avoid, let us don't bring it, because words are very powerful. Oh, we are going for anti-conflict training. No, we are going for a peace-building training. a consensus building training, not conflict resolution. A consensus building training. So when I see government officials talking about, oh, we have alleviated poverty, we have removed people, 80% of Nigerians, 100 million out of the poverty line. No, tell me, you have brought out or you have upgraded 100 million Nigerians to the wealth creation path. Because you say you are removing them from poverty. Poverty is still there. So you are putting them on the path of wealth creation. And agriculture can do a lot of job for us in that regard. So the growth in agricultural activities has led to the creation of numerous jobs, contributing to poverty. You see? Contributing to wealth creation and improving food security across the nation. I'll take a case study. Of course, the company has not paid anything, but we'll just discuss it because it's one of the companies I think they are trying in terms of agriculture, and I want them to come and quote or list on the Nigerian exchange floor. Do I even need to mention the name of the company? Chairman, sir. The name of the company in the case, do I need to mention their name?
It depends on you.
They should even come and sponsor this conference because
We won't charge them.
we won't, okay. But they should come and sponsor the conference because we are trying to project them to the world. Yeah, so impact of tax incentives on Olam, Nigeria. Okay? Olam, Nigeria. I understand it's an Israeli company. Very big company, an Israeli company. Okay?
But they are very silent.
They are very silent, so we want to project them. So Olam, please. The next edition of this conference is coming up in December. So we want to see your hand in it. We'll try and get in touch with your corporate communication people. Yeah. So impact of tax incentives on Olam Nigeria. Olam Nigeria utilized tax incentive to secure funding for a $150 million rice processing mill, significantly enhancing their production capacity. If you go to Benue State, you see a lot of rice mills all over the place. We should try and identify some of these rice mills, the owners, and see how government can come and assist them. The investment created over 1,000 direct jobs in the region, contributing to local economic growth and reducing unemployment. That is the tax incentive government has given to them. Tax exemptions and credit facilitated the acquisition of state-of-the-art machinery, improving efficiency and product quality. Increased production from the mill contributes to Nigeria's food security by boosting local rice supply and reducing dependence on imports. I want to see a situation where we will not be importing so much food. It is even better we import some of the equipment that we will use to produce this food, that we will use to process our agricultural products, than to import. How can we importing rice? Yes, emergency, flooding here and there, insecurity, and that is why the root cause of some of this insecurity should be tackled so that farmers can go back to the farm. There are some, okay, they say Benue State food baskets, but today is everyday killings. Everyday killings. Like the convener said, not only in North Central, even in my South. Yes, in my South. There are issues. Olam's success serves as a model for other investors, showcasing the potential benefits of leveraging tax incentives in agriculture. Impact of tax incentives has done a lot in improving agricultural activities. But at the same time, the stakeholders, because if a company is located in an environment, the community is also a stakeholder, the government is a stakeholder, the employees are stakeholders. Then of course, the owners of the company, everybody, they are all stakeholders. Their suppliers are stakeholders, their customers are stakeholders. But there is one case that happened in Edo State where the indigenous went to occupy the company and said they are not being carried along. I will not mention the name of that company. But again, that's why we are saying you need to engage the community where you find yourself. And if there are jobs that the community can provide that capacity, please, for security's sake, let the youths be given that opportunity. You can even train them to drive tractors. Yes, of course, the ones that are trainable. You can even use some of them to do security. But not when you operate in their environment, you operate on their land, and you are bringing every little labor outside. In fact, they even said outside the country. A workshop manager in one firm sometime, they said they will fly him to come to Nigeria, Lagos, straight, finish the work, maybe 2 days, back and all that. And that workshop manager work can be done by Nigerians who are here. We are not trying to say expatriates should not come to our country. We want them to come and invest. But again, there are quotas so that ensure that some of the jobs that our people can do, you give them to do. Of course, that's the local context. We should also have that in agriculture. Local content contribution to agriculture. Challenges facing tax incentives. Like I said, I'm a student of finance, but I'm willing to learn. And of course, under the tutelage of Chief himself, I can learn about tax now. But we are told that some of the challenges of this tax, complexity of application processes, just like every other thing, we want to make it look complex. Simplicity is greatness. Anything that is not simple is not great. So all these processes of trying to apply for tax exemption, tax incentive should be made seamless. The application process for tax incentives are often convoluted, leading to confusion among potential beneficiaries. The complexity can deter farmers and investors from seeking the benefits. So, again, I want to appeal to the tax experts. Please, advise the farmers and try to make, these farmers, yes, they are willing to learn, but you as the tax, I'm talking to tax expert now, please make the process simple and seamless so that the farmers can also take advantage and just take them through. Because they're already suspicious. What is the tax man coming to do here? They're already suspicious. So you have to make them understand that it is for their own benefit, for government to assist you when it comes to tax incentives because of the business you are doing, agricultural business. So the application processes for tax incentives are often convoluted, leading to confusion among potential beneficiaries. This complexity can deter farmers and investors from seeking the benefit. So try as much as possible to make it seamless for them. Just like Chief, the convener of this conference, is trying to make tax education as simple that you don't even need to be a tax expert to understand your own tax, payee, and other taxes that you see in your environment. Simplicity is key. Inequitable distribution of benefits. Tax incentives may not be evenly distributed, favoring larger corporations over smallholder farmers. This inequity can widen the gap between different agricultural players and limit overall sector growth. Again, for me, this is where the tax expert will come in, talking to these farmers. No matter how small they are, they can encourage them to form cooperative so that they can access some of these benefits. But those big corporate farms, I won't mention names, but big, they have all the resources to get all the big tax practitioners to do some of these things for them. But what happens to the smallholder farmers? And we're talking of the sector generally. Dependence on government support. We are looking at the challenges facing tax incentives. Dependence on government support. Many agricultural stakeholders become reliant on government tax incentives, which may lead to lack of innovation, self-sufficiency in the sector. This dependence can hinder long-term sustainability. I gave the example of Paliagro, the owner of that company. Of course, he told us it's diversified, but the Paliagro still remains his flagship. And when I said, Ahoga, look at the number of people you have employed, look at your farm, look at the machine, look at the product, look at the processing. Is there any government incentive, any government assistance? He said they don't want to depend on government. But the banks that you are dealing with, look at the interest rate. They are really cutting your hair. He said, well, at least he is able to manage. But you see, I give him kudos because he has dedicated staff that are ready to do the job. So we should also encourage some of these farmers to become creative, innovative, so that they can also improve on their own. And of course, when they improve on their own, then if they have a tax expert, the tax expert can advise them, sir, you can apply for some of these incentives, the tax holidays, reduction in corporate tax. I'm not saying they should not pay tax, so they should pay tax, but tax holidays and equipment they are importing, you give them some waiver in terms of the duty they are going to pay for some of those equipment. I said, well, we don't leave this conference without talking about recommendations for improvement, because the essence of a conference like this, and of course, being conveyed by the one and only Chief Izeji, we want the government to begin to listen to these tax experts when it comes to agricultural revolution. Recommendations for improvement. Simplify processes. I mentioned it before. Simplicity is key. Streamline the procedures for applying for tax incentives to reduce bureaucracy and make it easier for businesses and farmers to access the support they need. Target smallholders. Design tax incentives specifically aimed at smallholder farmers to ensure they can benefit from government support and enhance their productivity and income. After all these supports, you don't just leave them. Because, in fact, when you even do a sort of training, how are you sure people you have trained, they are applying that knowledge in their workplace? How are you sure? You just train in the classroom, in beautiful conferences like this, in Nigeria and overseas, and when they come back, are they able to transfer that knowledge to the workplace? That is also a problem. So you need to monitor and evaluate. Monitor and evaluate. Implement a systematic approach to monitor the outcome of tax incentives and evaluate their effectiveness in achieving desired agricultural growth and development goals. It's just like your policy you have implemented. You have an objective of those policies. Are those policies meeting your objective? There are things you need to change, things you need to tweak to meet your desired objective. So if you have given this incentive to these farmers, whether they are corporate farmers, smallholders farmers, you need to also monitor what it is actually impacting on their operations. So you need to monitor and evaluate. Enhance awareness. And that's what we are doing here. So we must give kudos to the convener of this conference. And I'm also looking forward to the next edition that is coming up, December edition. We need to enhance awareness. We need to create that awareness. We need to ensure that our young people take into farming as a profession and deploy all the technology. I want to see digital farming. I want to even see AI being deployed in our farms, in our villages. As long as they are ethical, there is safety. Because this controversy is still going on about, is it GMO they call them? Genetic motivated modified agricultural products. Agricultural products. So we want to see that all the research should be done very well, and we know it is safe for human consumption. I would not go against if you tell me traditionally if I cultivate tomatoes, maybe 6 months I can harvest, process, and begin to sell. And that is a technology that I improve variety that when we plant within 3 months. Of course, if it's not going to have any adverse effects on consumption, fine. That is the need to use technology to improve agricultural activities. Enhance awareness. Increase awareness of available tax incentive among farmers and agricultural businesses, ensuring that the information is accessible and understandable to all stakeholders. Stakeholder analysis is key. The government is a stakeholder. The farmers are stakeholders. The community is the stakeholder. Even the middlemen, they are also stakeholders. So these are some of the recommendations we want government to look at very well. Now, in concluding and future outlook, tax incentive has been a pivotal in fostering growth in Nigeria's agricultural sector by attracting investments and enhancing productivity. However, to fully realize the potential of these incentives, it is crucial to address existing challenges such as administrative complexity and the need for equitable distribution of benefits. Improving the structure and accessibility of tax incentives will enable smallholder farmers and other stakeholders to contribute more effectively to food security and economic growth in Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for listening. Yes. I still have the authority of the mic. Yeah, Chief, you want to say something?
No, I thought you finished when you said thank you.
Yes, we are finished, thank you, but I still remain the MC. Yes, I want to recognize the presence of Engineer Tony Chinwe. Stand up for recognition, sir. You're welcome, sir. Sorry. You're welcome, sir. Yeah. Okay. So we've had the first paper presentation, and I think That was wonderful.
Let me say something before.
Okay, yes.
You take over your power of MC. Yes, yes, yes. When Charles told me he wanted to be the MC, I knew he just wanted to come and sell himself. I agreed. But when our friend Dr. Tunji Adeniyi sent me a note 2-3 days ago about his bereavement, I knew he's not in a good state to come from Ekiti and do what he likes doing. So I told Charles, can you stand there for Tunji? Initially it was actually Tony, Engineer Tony Chimo I mentioned. He said, find somebody who can do it. I said, somebody within 2 days? That is very difficult. That some people, even if you give them 1 week or 1 month, they will still tell you the time is not sufficient. And he suggested I talk to Charles. And when I spoke with Charles, I WhatsApped him. Charles said that he's not a tax person, he's not a chartered accountant. I said, no, everybody is supposed to be a farmer. Look at the topic we are treating, agricultural revolution. But everybody is concerned, food security. Whether subsidy is gone or subsidy stays, people must be eating. That's why I pity the very rich, like Tony and Chairman. When the poor can't eat, they will land in their house, either from the roof or from wherever. So we need to make sure that the poor are happy. At least they can eat once a day. When they can't eat once a day, they don't see anything being alive, so they will be stopping every big man on the traffic and they're saying, if you don't give me money, wahala go day. So when Charles agreed to come and do a presentation, I was saying like, let me see. But yesterday when he embossed me the lectures, the lecture paper, I was like, wow, that's a new cash. Just like Gopak discovered the River Niger. I'm the one that discovered Charles, so in case. Charles, thank you very much. It was aptly presented that I was wondering whether I made a good decision by asking you to do your paper before I do my own. Because if I'm doing my own now, a lot of people will think I copied you. Thank you. So in summary, Charles has told us everything that we need to know. So the paper I will be presenting later, the catalyst of change, and the one Tony will equally be presenting, will all be like elephant taken from various sides of what Charles has presented. Agriculture is, should I say, my bloodstream. I was born, as I normally say, August 17, 1960. And in 1967, we were literally forced as it were to leave where my parents were staying, Onitsha, to go to my village, Ozobolo, just 21 kilometers from Onitsha. We stayed there for 2.5 years, 3 years that the Civil War endured. And my father was so energetic that he's multifaceted. He used to be a trader, he used to be this, that. But when we came in the village during the Civil War, he turned into a farmer. Some of my elder brothers were conscripted to join the army, but I was barely 7 years then, so I couldn't have joined the army, but I was a boys brigade person, so once in a while I go and start training with the soldiers so that if the war lasted so long, when I turned 12 or 13, I would join. But the war, by the grace of God, lasted only 2.5 years, 3 years. But when we are going to our agricultural belt, Ozobolo is a big town. We have where residents are living, and we have farm. The farm is as big as this Lakey. You know this Lakey we are saying it used to be a farm. people weren't living here until the population surge came around, and then the landowners decided to give them out to sell them so that people started living here. But Ozogbo is bounded by the Atani or Baru axis. So we have land there that is Ozogbo land. So we used to cultivate between 67 and 70. I remember, sorry MC, I'm a very storyteller. Even AI knows that I'm a storyteller. Yeah, master storyteller they call me. So one incident I wouldn't forget at all happened either 1968 or 69. We call it Iju. This overflowing of river, similar to what happened in Medugri. So as we crossed to go to the farm, in the morning, early morning before 8 o'clock, when we were coming back around 4, we saw that the flood has covered the main road, Atani Road. Professor Soludo, CC Soludo is building it now to elevate the height so that it will be very waterable. The flood has covered it, and I was a youngster, 7, 8 years, 9, driving my bicycle, etc. So, and a lot of women that came from Obaru Atani axis to the market in Ozogbo, popularly known as Obodu Mele in Uruabala. A lot of women driving bicycle, carrying their children. The water would sweep them into the other side, and that was it. There wasn't so much, there wasn't social media then, so the news didn't get out there that there's a problem. But the women came to market. When they came, the road was dry. When they were going, water just swept them. My luck that day was that there was this 911, either 911 or a vehicle before 911, truck, Tabansi Motors. It got on the road to pass the flood, and because the roads weren't very tired there, and the tire got stuck. So in between, the vehicle got stuck there. That was how I am still alive today. So I jumped and grabbed one of the panels of the vehicle, walked through, and jumped the other side. I can't recall how my bicycle came around, but that's it. So I'm just saying that agriculture was one of my professions. And even today, when I retired December 2014, I relocated to the village immediately and left. And I told my clients I was retired, and they thought I was cracking a joke. I relocated so that when they call me, I will tell them I'm in the village. Set up a block industry, April 2015, but that wasn't my profession. Sometime in 2015, I think in May, I bought 27 plots of land to do agriculture. And the land dovetailed into a stream we call a stream. And my intention was that I will do a couple of things, but piggery was top on my mind, because the pigs don't like this type of place we are saying. They like a dirty place. And I said that they would be using the water to be cooling themselves. 27 plots of land for agriculture, but again, divine intervention. Man proposes, God disposes. My security was compromised because I wanted to become the President General of Ozogbo Development Union worldwide, the Ozogbo Town Union, in December 2015, and my security got compromised. The election was aborted, and I knew there were some people who were after me. On January 2, I ran back to Lagos, and before you know it, when I formed Akulu Nothing Co Forum in June 13, 2020. I was planning to go back to the village by December. We were planning to do live launching of the Akuluno Forum, December 30, 2020. We've gotten the governor of Imo State, His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, to be the governor of the day. We've gotten Dr. Koscharis Madoka to be the chairman of the occasion. We've gotten some eminent professors, including Professor Greg of Greg University Uturu, Gregory University Uturu, the owner, to be one of the guest speakers. We've gotten a big man to be the Dr. Asoloka, Chris Asoloka, to be the keynote speaker. We've gotten some other eminent people, Professor G.U.K. Chima, my very good friend, who was a guest speaker when I flagged off BLAKEY Joseph Foundation on Saturday, April 11, 2009 at Osobo. He came all the way from Mbise and presented a paper. He is today a professor in one of the universities one university near Imota in Lagos here. We've gotten him to be one of the speakers at the launch of Akuluno. And even one of us, Damani Emecheta, is watching this conference live from Houston or Philadelphia in America to be one of the speakers. But again, I keep saying, man proposes, God disposes. Before you knew what was happening, the unknown government invaded the southeast, and we are here today. So, in a nutshell, I thank the first paper presenter, Charles Fakroha from Patani Axis. I was to be the second paper presenter, but Tony has landed. So Tony will take us to lunchtime, and after lunch, because my paper, I don't know how to summarize. So I will be doing my paper, and people can just go out, come back, go out, come back. If I do it now, they might lose interest and they won't focus on Tony soon. So my paper will be after lunchtime. So Charles, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. That's a very good one. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. That's a very good one. Yes, okay. Chief was supposed to present the catalyst of change, but like he has mentioned, we will do it after Tony's paper. Or after lunch? After Tony's paper. Okay. So, again, why did the Nigerian farmer take his cow to the party?
To the party?
Yes, the Nigerian farmer. Why did he take his cow to the party?
Cow?
Yeah, he took his cow to the party. Why?
Maybe for people to drink direct from the cow.
To milk the occasion. To milk the occasion. You see, agriculture is like jollof rice. So everyone wants a taste of it. That's why it's a jollof rice. Why did the tomato join the Nigerian farm? To get some of the egusi experience.
Which of the tomato is tomato juice or?
Tomato generally.
I don't know what is tomato juice.
What did the cassava say to the gari? That's the cassava and gari. What did the cassava say to the gari? You are always grinding.
You always cry.
Grinding. You're always grinding. You know when you grind cassava, it is gari you are getting. Why did the farmer go to the bank? To cultivate some interest. It cultivates crops. Cultivate interest. To cultivate interest in the bank. Then the last one, before I call upon the next speaker to come and tell us, why did the farmer's chicken go to the doctor? The farmer's chicken, why did that chicken go to the doctor? Because it has foul typhoid. The chicken has foul typhoid. You know, we are saying everybody should go into agriculture now. But what do you call a group of cows in Abuja? A group of cows, what do you call them in Abuja?
Cows.
Yes.
Depends on where they are in Abuja. If they are in National Assembly, I won't say what I thought.
No, just Abuja generally. A group of cows, what do we call them?
The parliament of cows.
Cabals! Cabals, yes! A group of cows in Abuja. Cabals, cabals. They are cabals. Because the cabals are really not. I didn't say it though. Now, before I call on the next speaker, I just wanted to take this one because like I said today, I am not a farmer, but I am here to cultivate some laughter. You know, and neither am I a comedian. I'm only an MC. Why did the farmer take the plantain to the market? Why did the farmer take the plantain to the market? To get some right profits.
Wow.
Yes, to get some right profits. On this note, I call on the next speaker, no other person than Engineer Tony Chiwe to deliver his paper. You are welcome, Engineer. You are welcome, sir. Oh, you sent your paper already?
Yes.
Okay, then his paper is here already now.
Can you send it? Okay, is he here?
Not my
No,
own.
he's not here.
Is that
He's not
Can
here.
you send it to him on WhatsApp so if what's
No, it is with him.
He said
Okay,
he has sent
okay,
it.
okay, you sent
Just look at the topic.
Okay.
Activate agricultural revolution in Nigeria
Okay.
through tax incentive.
Okay, sir.
Let me resend it to you.
No, if it's here, I think I downloaded everything.
I think I saw it.
Yeah, I think so. Activate. Yeah, this is it.
After my own.
This, yeah. Yes, I have it. I have it.
You have it?
Yes, sir. Let me quickly. check this.
See, activating. You have seen it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good.
I want to quickly share the screen.
Then let me drop this one.
You have it?
Yes,
Let him
yes, I have
have
it.
it.
Huh?
Yes, I have it. Sir.
Yeah. Just be a little patient. It's technology. You know, everything is digital these days. So we just have to flow with it. So the IT people are doing a lot of work here now. But I'll show you in the next few minutes, Mr. Engineer Tony will be on the ground to finish it.
So,
Yeah, so you must know that Nigerian farmers are the salt of the earth.
Where's the page up, page down button?
yes, I'll show you. I want this. I want to be sure that it's.
Okay, it's come out. Okay, so Engineer Tony.
So what was the button?
This forward is
Okay, okay. Yeah, good day, everyone. Good day, Chairman. Please, and our viewers out there, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to talk on activating agricultural revolution in Nigeria through tax incentives. Activating agricultural revolution in Nigeria through tax incentives, unlocking the potential for economic growth and food security. This is something that has been engaging the attention of people all over the world. Food security, food inflation, things surrounding food, because food is for everybody. Food is basic for survival. By way of introduction, Nigeria's agricultural sector is critical to the country's economy and food security. The sector employs over 30% of workforce in Nigeria and contributes 24% to GDP. Over 80% of Nigerian farmers are actually smallholder farmers, and they account for 90% of Nigeria's agricultural produce. The tractor density in Nigeria is about 0.27 horsepower per hectare, which is far below FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization's recommended tractor density of 1.5 horsepower per hectare. Nigerian arable land is about 80 million hectares, and only about 34 million is cultivated. So we still have a long way to go in harnessing the opportunities and the resources that is available to us. In harnessing the resources that is available to us. Top Nigerian agricultural produce. You have cassava, rice, maize, wheat, soya beans, sesame, fisheries, poultry, etc. There are so many things we produce in this country because we have the climatic condition that cover various strata. You have the savanna land, you have the mangrove forest, and so on and so forth. Nigeria is blessed by nature when it comes to agriculture. The sector faces challenges: funding, infrastructure, productivity, and climate change. Then opportunities, you have its tax incentive, technological innovation, regional trade. These are opportunities that are cropping up in this sector. Some of the challenges facing agriculture in Nigeria: you have low productivity. If you move along the value chain of agriculture, there are so many challenges facing agriculture in Nigeria. You have low productivity. 1.5 tons per hectare for maize. That's the yield per hectare is 1.5 tons. For maize, for instance, we are in Nigeria, but Egypt does about 8 tons per hectare. So for 1 hectare produced by Egypt, you need about 4 or 5 hectares to produce the same quantity in Nigeria. That's the implication. Ditto for rice and so many other products. Then you have limited access to finance. Less than 5% of farmers have access to credit. You have inadequate infrastructure, irrigation, storage, transportation, power, and so forth. You have low technology adoption. These days you talk about deploying drone for planting of seed, for doing so many things. You talk about satellite imaging. You talk about GPS guided farming. You talk about automated irrigation system for efficient water management. You talk about farm management software, mobile apps, weather forecasting, market prices, farm accounting system, financial management, crop production, greenhouse. All these things are technologies that we see everywhere in agricultural space, but we have not adopted even 3% of this. We are still, at that prehistoric, rudimentary peasant farming, crude peasant farming process or method. And this is a key area that we need to improve in order to optimize the agricultural resources that Nigeria is abundantly blessed with. We have inefficient supply chain, climate change, and weather variability. Then recently you add insecurity and conflict in farming regions. These are some of the challenges facing the agricultural space in Nigeria. But then there are opportunities. Growing demand for local food production. There's demand for local food production, as we all witness in the marketplace. There is increasing investment in agricultural technology, to maximize yield, maximize output. We have to adopt technology, just like in every other thing we do these days. You have a regional trade agreement like African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, aiding the movement of agricultural and other goods across the continent of Africa. All these are opportunities that we have to key in to enhance productivity in agriculture. Then government incentives. You have agricultural promotion policy, anchor borrowers program. Yeah, they are coming. Hello. Yeah, it is okay. Okay, we are still on opportunities that are bound in agricultural space in Nigeria. You have government initiatives, agricultural promotion policy, anchor borrowers program. The anchor borrowers program, when an entity or group of entities anchor the borrowing, for the rest of the farmers. Then you have potential for value addition and processing. Increasing focus on food security. All these are opportunities in the space. Then you have also private sector investment opportunities. Some of the statistics we have: agricultural contribution to GDP mentioned earlier, 24%, employment 30%, crop production maize 10.3 million tons, rice 4.9 million tons, cassava 58.4. Nigeria happened to be the #1 in cassava production in the whole world. Then livestock production, you have cattle 18.3 million heads, poultry 140.6 million birds. Then value chain, the Nigerian agricultural value chain. The value chain stages in the agriculture: you have research and development, you have input supply like fertilizer, pesticides, herbicides, and all those inputs, seeds. These are the inputs employed in agriculture. Then land preparation stage, crop production, livestock production, the primary processing, storage and warehousing, transportation, then agro-processing, packaging and labeling, distribution, marketing, sales. These are the stages in the value chain of agriculture. You have the value chain actors. Just along that value chain, you have the actors that play at various segments along the value chain. You have the researchers for research and development. You have the farmers for primary production. You have input suppliers, like we mentioned, the herbicides, the fertilizers, and so on and so forth. You have the processors. You have the traders. You have transporters. You have storage providers. You have distributors, retailers, consumers. These are actors in the value chain. Everybody is involved in agriculture, like Chief Ijeze mentioned. If you look at this value chain, the actors on the value chain, you must find a place where you can place yourself. You must find a position where you can situate yourself. If you don't play from 1 to 9, at least downstream, you get to the end of the downstream as a consumer. Then the key agricultural products, some of which we mentioned earlier, you have crops in Nigeria: rice, wheat, maize, cassava, sugarcane, tomato. Then livestock, you have cattle, poultry, pig, sheep, goats. Horticulture, the fruits, the vegetables, the flowers. The value chain segments, you can segment the value chain into 3: the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. At the upstream, you have input supply, land preparation, crop production, livestock production. At the midstream, you have the primary processing, the storage, transportation, agro-processing. Then downstream, you have the packaging, the labeling, the distribution, the marketing, the sales. The supporting infrastructure in agriculture: irrigation system for watering the farms. You have the warehouses and cold storage. You have transportation network, road, rail, waterway. You have markets and trading centers. You have agricultural research institutions. These are the infrastructure that supports agriculture in Nigeria. There is supporting segments, other supporting segments. You have finance, access to loan or credit. You have insurance. You have research and development for improved varieties, best practices. You have extension services. These are support segments in the value chain. The regulatory framework to draft the policies and the standard that we drive agriculture. And the standard is very key, in agricultural space, because these days you hear about organic products, the genetically modified, the one you use pesticide, chemicals, and all that. And for you to create this standard, you must have some way of certifying them. You must have agencies that do the certification for us to penetrate the international market, for our goods to be suitable for the international market. We have to imbibe the culture or the practice of getting this product certified, and also ensuring that traceability standards are met. That when a product is used at the agro-processing level to, when a farm product is used at agro-processing level to produce something, if anything goes wrong, there should be mechanism of tracing the raw material, the feedstock, down to the farm, down to the various inputs that were used at the primary production level at the farm. So all these things are very essential. When we look at it, we see that agriculture is very vast and very, very, very important, in the life of Nigerians. Therefore, crafting tax incentives or the type tax model that will incentivize players in this sector to come in, to invest in it, to act in it, to grow it is very important. You have government initiatives in agriculture over the years. You have the APP, that's an agricultural promotion policy. You have National Agricultural Land Development Authority. You have the likes of Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, Bank of Agriculture. I don't know what has happened to Bank of Agriculture because access to finance is key for agriculture in Nigeria. And being key, we must find a way of getting the private sector in the financial industry to work with the government to make the process or access to credit, seamless for the players, especially smallholder farmers and small actors along the value chain. It is very important if the country need to, look at overhaul and reform Bank of Agriculture, make it bigger, more efficient, inject capital in the bank and resuscitate it. Increase the branch network so that they will be able to penetrate the rural areas. If that has to be done, then a marriage of the two, that's the private sector and the public sector to do something. But access to finance is very key to agricultural development in Nigeria. Private sector initiatives. You have the likes of Olam, Dangote. These are large-scale farmers. Then you also have agricultural cooperatives. You have farmer organizations, agricultural technology startups. All these are private sector initiatives going on in the agricultural space. Then international partnerships like International Fund for Agricultural Development, Food and Agriculture Organization, African Development Bank, World Bank. These are international partners in agricultural development in Nigeria. Then tax incentives for agricultural development, unlocking investment and growth in Nigeria's agricultural development. Types of tax incentives. You have tax holidays. It could be 5-year exemption from corporate tax or 3-year exemption from corporate tax. Then reduction in tax rate, 10% instead of 30% or 20%. Exemptions on agricultural input and equipment. Investment tax credit. Example, 20% of investment cost can be given as a tax credit. Then special economic zones for agriculture, special economic zones for agriculture. And this is one area that I feel Nigeria should do something more. Having clusters, having special economic zones where you have key actors coming together to collaborate and enjoy the benefit of shared services which reduces cost of production. You know, it is very important. In such zones, you have various incentives focused on the group that is being targeted. Benefits of tax incentives: increased investment in agriculture. When there is tax incentive, you know, the money that the actors ordinarily would have paid to the government will be deployed more in agriculture as part of the capital, that is injected into the venture. It will also improve productivity and efficiency. Then job creation and poverty reduction. Enhanced food security. You know, as more activities happen in the sector, you know, food security is enhanced. Economic growth and diversification. With this going on, there will be diversification of our economic base. Instead of reliance on crude oil and minerals, you know, other areas will start opening up. Agricultural products will be processed, packaged, and exported, apart from feeding the local population. International best practices still on tax incentive for agricultural development. You have Ghana's Agricultural Development Bank, which provide tax exemptions. In Kenya, you have Agricultural Finance Corporation that offer tax holidays. Then in South Africa, you also have Agricultural Development Agency, which provides investment tax credit. You know, these are the actions that are going on in various countries and which have produced good results. Unlocking the potential of tax incentive for agriculture, the benefits for farmers, businesses, and the economy. The economic benefits, these include increase in investment in agriculture, local and foreign. You know, when there is tax incentive, anywhere there is incentive, a rational investor will try to move in. It will also improve productivity and efficiency. Job creation, poverty reduction, economic growth and diversification, as we discussed, increase government revenue through taxes on increased economic activity. So on the whole, when there is growth and the expansion in this sector, you know, at the end of the day, government will benefit from it because actors along the value chain, when you aggregate the tax they are paying, it will be more. It's like asking one person to pay 10 million and asking 100 people to pay 1 million each. You know, at the end of the day, it pays you to get 100 people into it, charge 1 million, than to have just a few and slide them down with heavy tax. Unlocking the potential of tax incentive for agriculture, you have social benefits, enhanced food security. A hungry man is an angry man. We need to ensure that people are well fed. People that are well fed, they don't have time for some of these social unrest activities because they are contented. But when people are not well fed, and you push them, because somebody who is not well fed is operating at the base of the physiological needs, you know, the Maslow's pyramid of need. And if those who are captivated by the needs at the base of physiological needs don't think normally, they can do anything. So that food security is very key. It's very key. It's a social benefit that is unquantifiable when you factor in the cost of waging war against insecurity. Improved nutrition and health outcomes. Empowerment of rural communities. Increased access to markets for smallholder farmers. reduce rural-urban migration. All these are social benefits when agriculture or actors in the agricultural space are incentivized. Then environmental benefits, sustainable agricultural practice, that's one of the environmental benefits. Conservation of natural resources, water, soil, reduce post-harvest losses. When there are investments in storage facilities, post-harvest losses will be drastically reduced. When there is investment in technology, all these storage, distribution, and there's more efficiency in this space, you see that post-harvest losses will be reduced. And all the actors, their profit will also increase, because losses means also losses in the losses to the account. Increased use of renewable energy. We see it, biogas, all those biogas, solar, hydro, wind energy. When we push deeper into agriculture by giving the tax incentive, all this will increase. Then climate change mitigation. Proposed tax incentive for Nigerian agriculture. These are the incentives proposed, strategic initiatives that will boost agricultural growth. Tax holiday could be 5-year tax holiday for new agricultural businesses. Then 3-year tax holiday for existing businesses that are undertaking expansion operations. Then tax holiday for agricultural processing and value addition. The reduction in tax rate, 10% corporate tax for agricultural businesses, 5% tax rate for smallholder farmers, reduction in VAT rate for agricultural inputs. All these are some of the incentives that can be given to agricultural players or actors. Exemptions and allowances. These are also part of the incentives. Exemption from import duties on agricultural equipment, exemption from VAT on agricultural inputs, depreciation allowance for agricultural assets. All these are some of the incentives that can be deployed. Investment tax credit, 20% investment tax credit for agricultural infrastructure, 15% investment tax credit for agricultural research and development. The special economic zones, designation of agricultural special economic zones with streamlined regulations, tax incentives for businesses operating within the zones. Governance structure, implementation framework for tax incentives in Nigeria, a roadmap for effective execution. When these incentives are being deployed, there has to be a good framework, a well-planned and well-executed or implementation strategy for it to work and give the desired benefits in an efficient way. You have governance structure, establish an interministerial committee on agricultural tax incentive, designate a lead agency like Federal Ministry of Agriculture, to lead the interministerial committee, engage stakeholders, farmers, businesses, NGO, all the stakeholders around agriculture. Then still on implementation framework for tax incentive, a roadmap for effective execution. Eligibility criteria. There has to The eligibility criteria for tax incentive has to be clearly defined. The farm size, the production level, and so on and so forth. You know, the criteria has to be clearly defined and it will be clear to everybody. Then set clear application and approval process. Establish monitoring and evaluation mechanism. The incentive administration. Develop guidelines for tax incentive administration. Establish a tax incentive management system. Ensure transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability is very key for people to buy into any program and policy. Monitoring and evaluation. Track key performance indicators for tax incentives. Conduct regular impact assessment. Adjust incentive structure as needed. You know, as you are reviewing, you are adjusting. Timeline for the execution, for effective execution. For short term, within 12 months. Establish governance structure, develop guidelines. A medium term, implement tax incentive, monitor progress. Medium term, that 1 to 3 years. For long term space, 3 to 5 years, evaluate impact, adjust incentive structure. The success stories. We have tax incentive in African agriculture, lessons from Ghana, Kenya, South Africa. Ghana's Agricultural Development Bank, which was established in 2003 to provide financial services to farmers, offers tax exemptions on agricultural inputs and equipment. The result is that, that's after evaluation or impact assessment, the result is that there was increased agricultural productivity by 25%. You know, the project or the impact of that policy and program was that they achieved 25% increase in agricultural productivity, improved access to finance for smallholder farmers. Then for that of Kenya, Kenya's Agricultural Finance Corporation, which was established in 1963 to provide financial services to farmers, just like we have or had Bank of Agriculture, because I don't know whether Bank of Agriculture still exists. So the bank offers tax holidays for agricultural businesses. And the result was an increase in agricultural production by 30%. It created over 100,000 jobs in agriculture. Then for South Africa's Agricultural Development Agency, which was established in 2010 to support agricultural development, it offers investment tax credit for agricultural infrastructure. And the result was increased investment in agricultural infrastructure by 20%, improved food security for rural areas. When the incentive was given, a lot of people went into infrastructure, setting up infrastructure, because investors flow towards where there is incentive that will maximize profit. Then overcoming challenges, implementing tax incentives in Nigerian agriculture, addressing potential obstacles and mitigating risk. Because when we do this, there is bound to be risk that need to be mitigated for it to flow seamlessly. Some of the challenges, revenue loss due to tax exemptions, that's revenue loss to government due to tax exemptions, complexity in administering tax incentives, potential for abuse and exploitation, as we often experience in this country. Then limited capacity for monitoring and evaluation, conflict with existing tax policies. All these challenges or potential obstacles can be mitigated, and some of the mitigants are: we set clear eligibility criteria and application processes, establish robust monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, implement anti-abuse provisions like clawback clauses, provide training and capacity building for tax administrators, conduct regular review and adjustment of tax incentive policies. And the risk management strategies recommended for adoption is to conduct thorough cost-benefit analysis, develop contingency plans for potential risk, so that when they do occur, you find a way around it to ensure that it doesn't impact negatively on the policy or desired objective. Establish a risk management committee, monitor and evaluate tax incentive effectiveness, adjust policies as needed. So, by way of conclusion, the key points is that Nigeria is abundantly gifted by nature to feed even the whole of Africa. People often say that Niger State alone can feed the whole of West Africa, and I agree with that. That submission, because if you go to a place like Niger State, the rivers there, the dams there, the climate, the sunshine, everything is so wonderfully put in place by nature that if we harness the opportunity very well, Niger State alone has the potential to feed the whole of West Africa. So, and Nigeria as a whole also has potential to feed the whole of Africa if we do what we need to do. Tax incentive can drive agricultural growth and development. Effective implementation requires careful planning and management. Nigeria's agricultural sector has immense potential for growth, and we need to take all these actions and more to ensure that we get to the desired goal, which is to ensure that we have a good food security in Nigeria, and that Nigeria rises to its potential and exploit the tremendous agricultural opportunity that are bound. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. A round of applause for Engineer Tony. That's a very good one. That's a very good one. Well done, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Yes, you've just heard that wonderful presentation for Engineer Tony. Yeah, so I think you will all agree with me that we have really learned a lot in just these two presentations. And of course, please don't feel tired. Those of you who are listening virtually, you have any question to ask? You have any question to ask, or you can send your question to the chief himself. Then I'm sure he's going to attend to it. Virtually, you can ask your question. You can ask your question. Those of the participants who are listening virtually. Any question? Nobody's putting up their hands. Okay. You see, again, marriage, family is like marriage. So whatever you sow,
You read.
and you reap. And farmers are already planting the seeds of prosperity in the country today, whether we like it or not. So on this note, I think lunch is ready, sir. Is lunch ready, sir?
Yeah.
But we still have one more presentation, but I think that should be after lunch, which is going to be about the catalyst for change by Chief himself. So we are going to have that presentation, and I'm sure that will be after lunch. So we'll just take yes, if you are just joining us and just coming, we have been talking about agricultural revolution, the tax incentive. We had the chairman of the occasion, the person of Engineer Irechuku George. He has given his welcome address.
Yes.
Then, of course, we had the convener who gave his own address too. We've had the first speaker that spoke and talked about the agricultural revolution and the tax incentive. We had the second paper presentation from Engineer Tony Chinwe, who also equally spoke about agriculture and tax incentive. Okay, so I've just been told that the lunch will come after the chief's presentation, which is the catalyst for change by Chief Blakey Ijezie. The catalyst for change. The catalyst for change. Agricultural revolution in Nigeria. Are we ready for Chief? Okay. Permit me, I said FCA is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of it's an icon fellow, let me put it that way.
Since 1996.
Since 1996, okay. So listen to Chief. The catalyst of change.
Yeah.
Agricultural revolution in Nigeria. Chief, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a host of participants online. I've been getting messages from Abuja, from United States, from Nnewi, and from all over Lagos here. For those people who are in Lagos, I think because of this virtual participation, most of them are in the comfort of their offices. I don't blame them. And they're coming once in a while to see what we are doing while attending their other meetings. That's the power of technology, which is very, very good. I had wanted to give my keynote address. It's coming late because I did a welcome address to welcome members before we started. And I did say that it will take a long time. It will take about an hour, 2, probably 3, depending on how fast I am. And I didn't want people to be worn out and won't be interested in the first 2 papers by Charles Fakroha and the engineer Tony Chinwe. So, this my paper, should I say, is a duplication of what they have done, but that's very good because as the chief host, all the attention should be to the guest speakers who are here live, and because the conference is pro bono, free of charge, luckily for me, the guest speakers equally are attuned with that line. All the guest speakers have been having since a year today, because today is a 1-year anniversary. All the guest speakers are pro bono, but they are pro bono because they are large. Because when you are large, how much will a poor retiree give you as an honorarium to make you to be interested in coming over here? All of them, A to Z. And this conference banquet hall we are using is equally free of charge from Bishop Victor Mbanisi. The first time we held it here was in December 12, 2023. The second one was last month, August 15, 2024. Today is the third one, October 10, 2024, and and then December 12 will equally be here. So the paper today is themed, my paper is themed The Catalyst of Change, Agricultural Revolution in Nigeria. And Introduction to Nigeria's Agricultural Challenges. Let me confess that I'm a very analog person. Usually, before today, I don't use, for these presentations, I don't use a computer to be sliced, to be presenting my papers. I write them and I read them out as it were. But the second paper presenter, Engineer Anthony Chime, disciplined me when he said I should come and do a paper presentation at a training workshop last week, October 2, Wednesday 2024. He said, Chief, I'm awaiting your slides so that we can print it out for the participants. Training workshop of a company that will soon zoom into the NGS, Nigerian Exchange Group, formerly Nigerian Stock Exchange. So when I got it, I was like, should I confess to Tony that I'm an analog person, that I will come and read it? I said, that the booger I did do, if I do it, Tony will say, so this man knows to be anything. So I got something written, and I got my daughter to put it in slide. And when she finished, it was good. And I told my daughter, the money I paid for your education, I'm now enjoying it. Right, Nabi, you use it. I'm now harvesting it. And the one I will be presenting again in a week's time at another training, powered by Engineer Tony Chime. I got our IT man today. His name is Engineer Leo Alemba. He's classmate to my first son at Futo. I met him for the first time December 5 or thereabout during their convocation. And since then, himself and my son are like 5 and 6. He graduated electrical electronics first class honors. And he's been around, with first class, you move around. He's been around He worked with Access Bank. He worked with Pricewaterhouse. But now, why you are seeing him here from 9 o'clock to 4 or 5 when we finish is because he's an employer of labor. He works for himself now. So today, he's in charge of our IT processes. And the good news again is that I can't pay him kobo because I don't get shishi. So Leo, thank you. So Tony, the next one, the next slide I will be presenting on Thursday, which I forwarded to you, and you said excellent. I retained that word excellent though. Was done by Leo Alemba, engineer. Leo, many thanks, But the one I'm presenting today, my daughter is equally an engineer. The one I'm presenting today was done by the slides. I write, but they do the slide. It's by my daughter, engineer Miss Ebube Ijezie. And I'm beginning to key into the digital era. So probably early next year, I will come here and confess that I've started doing it myself. So, introduction is about 27 slides. That's why when I looked, I said that let's the other people come in and when I'm tired, we can call it a day. I will forward the slides to the various forums. I've already forwarded it to some newspaper people so that they see what we are doing. Introduction to Nigeria's agricultural challenges. I said that Nigeria's agricultural sector faces significant challenges, which is what the two paper presenters before me have said. So it's like a summary I will be giving, but the summary is not executive summary because it will even be lengthier than theirs. But let's take it that way. The challenges that hinder its potential for growth and sustainability. Low productivity remains a critical issue. Low productivity remains a critical issue as many farmers rely on outdated farming techniques and the insufficient access to modern equipment. Additionally, the high dependence on rain-fed agriculture exposes the sector to climate variability, leading to inconsistent crop yields. Unlike Israel, that is in the news of late, theirs is like a desert, if I'm not mistaken, but they irrigate their farms. And they, unlike Nigeria, they don't depend on importation of foodstuffs to sustain them. But Nigeria, I'm not sure there are many irrigation farms, apart from probably Olams and the likes. People in my village, for example, depend on the rain. But the good news is that we have rainmakers in my village. So when the rain refuses to come, we just get rainmakers to send down the rain. But it's a big challenge to some other people who don't have rainmakers. They depend on probably what they believe in, God, Allah, or the traditionalists, for rain to fall. Because if rain doesn't fall, it's a problem. And again, it's equally a problem if there's too much rain. Because if there's too much rain, it can disturb a lot of things. Let's go. Additionally, the heavy dependence on rain-fed agriculture exposes the sector to climate variability, leading to inconsistent crop yields. Lastly, inadequate infrastructure, including poor rural roads and limited access to storage facilities, further exacerbates these challenges, preventing farmers from efficiently bringing their products to market and maximizing their potential income. Like I said in one of the briefs by to my good friend who unfortunately is not here, but a couple of his officers are here. Barrister Leo Chiebuka, then SSA. At times I get confused about whether it's SSA or SA. I think SA is Special Advisor. SSA, Senior Special Advisor or Assistant. Okay, I've been corrected. Like I told him, he's very close to, he's the liaison officer in Lagos State, Anambra State. He's very close to Ebola Solution Governor, Soludo, Professor C.C. Soludo. So I told him when we were preparing this agriculture stuff that Umudunu Road in Ozobolo, farmers assassinate. Like I mentioned earlier, Ozobolo have two perimeters. One, the city center where people are living. The other one is our farm. Near, we call it Uzulu, near Atane. Atane is Obaru. I told him that the Umudunu Road that accesses our farm is bad. The contract was awarded by P2B when he was governor 2012-2013, and we were elected, and they were building a drainage system, etc. 2014, August 17, he handed over to Willie Obiano, FCA, and the road was abandoned over 10 years. Willie Obiano used the money for the road, amongst others, to go and build an airport behind his house, because he had the intention of relocating back to Houston, United States, when he left office, or when he leaves office. He built Anambra Airport, which now is Chinua Achebe International Airport. We are delighted by that infrastructural development. But the people of Umudunu and some other people in Ozobro are still in quandary that a road that the construction started has not been finished after 10 years. So I implored Chiebuka to get the governor's attention to it, and I'm live now. The whole world is viewing this. If the governor is hearing us, or any of his assistant commissioners, kindly come and complete the Umudunu Road. It's about 4 kilometers, so that farmers in Ozobo can equally enjoy the infrastructure. Road infrastructure, because if the roads are not completed, they can't easily get their products, farm products, from farm to market and to table. Anyway, that's by the way. By leveraging agriculture revolution in Nigeria, an agricultural revolution in Nigeria is crucial for transforming the agricultural sector to enhance productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. This transformation is necessary to meet the growing food demands of the population. The population is growing at about 2.53%, but the food, rather than growing, is coming down because of a lot of things that the other two speakers have mentioned. This security nationwide. People can't get to the farm. If you get to the farm, you could be killed by a lot of people. So people now decide not to go. And the importation is a problem now because of the exchange rate. So we are really in a quandary. So we are saying that this transformation is necessary to meet the growing food demands of the population, while ensuring that farming practices are environmentally friendly and economically viable. By leveraging technology, which Charles stated the other time, AI, artificial intelligence, amongst others, improving infrastructure and implementing supportive policies, Nigeria can achieve a more resilient agricultural landscape that benefits all stakeholders. There are several stakeholders in the sector, which Charles said. What are the key components of this transformation we are gearing at? Mechanization, investment, policy reforms, youth involvement, climate smart agriculture, and the collaboration and the partnership. Mechanization, incorporating technology such as tractors and artificial intelligence can significantly enhance farming practices, leading to increased efficiency and the high crop yields. Tractor. We are not yet there, and we are talking about artificial intelligence. But that is what the government needs to spearhead so that we can be sufficient in food. If not, hunger will take the better part of us, because the population is growing. Our luck is that some of the youths are japaing, so it reduces population, but the funny thing is that those who are japaing are the skilled youths, and it's a problem. Investment, channeling funds into small, I think it's Engineer Tony that mentioned it. At a point he was asking, I don't know who he was asking, whether the Bank of Industry is still existing. I equipped him that probably when MFL started APP, that's this is a rice borrowers program. Anchor Borrowers program, which didn't come to Ozobel anyway. It focused the north. I think the Ministry of Agriculture or so was just went under the radar. And Bank of Agriculture, I haven't heard about it for the past 10 years as well. Anyway, investment, channeling funds into smallholder farmers. Infrastructural development, like I mentioned a while ago, and value chains is essential to boost productivity and sustainability in agriculture. Policy reforms, that's where we come in. Implementing supportive policies like the National Accelerated Food Production Program, NAFPP, is crucial for creating a favorable environment for agricultural growth. About 2-3 months ago, which is what usually happens, our president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, stated that he has created a Ministry of Livestock Development. Actually, that was what prompted me to decide that the theme of this focus should be agricultural revolution in Nigeria. Then I was thinking, the government of the day is looking into livestock development, having created a Ministry of Livestock Development. That was, I think, early July. We are in early October now, 2 months after. July, August, 3 months after, nothing has happened. It was only that announcement, and nothing has happened. And policies, government needs to be serious about policies. I don't know what has happened, but to make an announcement that a Ministry of Livestock Development has been created, and 3 months down the line, they don't have an office, they don't have a minister. My second kid, during COVID, that everybody came home. There are certain things that he will hear in television there 2020, and he will say audio. I just say, what is audio? He said these people are saying what they don't believe will happen. Audio. So at times in our forums, when I see something and I say audio, what I mean is that they are just saying that thing for the sake of saying it. Anyway, probably we are using this opportunity to call on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to really make the Ministry of Livestock Development functional. Because if it happens, like Charles said a while ago, people will be taking cow to the market to milk the market. Youth involvement, who are the youth? Engaging young people through initiatives like the Youth Agricultural Revolution in Nigeria, YARN, can foster innovation and a new workforce in agriculture. I hope so. Climate smart agriculture, adopting practices that help farmers adjust to climate change, is vital for sustaining productivity and ensuring food security amidst environmental challenges. Collaboration and partnership. Encouraging collaboration among government, private sector, and farmers can lead to shared resources and knowledge, giving transformative changes in agriculture. All these are how changes in agriculture can be transformed. Let's move. The role of AI in agriculture. AI is artificial intelligence.
Have you seen anywhere we can get food? Maybe before they find out what people would eat. If do you have your smart card? If not, I'll give you money, cash.
Transfer to my. I will use it to transfer to my ATM.
Okay.
Role of AI, artificial intelligence in agriculture. Precision agriculture, predictive agriculture, supply chain optimization. Under precision agriculture, AI technologies enhance precision agriculture by analyzing data from various sources, allowing farmers to make informed decisions on crop management, irrigation, and fertilization that optimize yield. Under predictive analytics, AI enables predictive analytics, helping farmers anticipate weather patterns. Could be done by AI, post-outbreaks and the disease risk, which allows for proactive measures to safeguard their crops and increase productivity. Under supply chain optimization, AI can streamline the agricultural supply chain by improving logistics, forecasting demand, and reducing waste, leading to more efficient distribution of agricultural products. Other challenges facing agriculture: insecurity. This one, even the deaf, dumb, and blind know that farmers don't go to their farms again, because if you do, you may not come back. Insecurity, widespread insecurity from groups like Boko Haram and bandits. Boko Haram is resident in the northeast zone. Bandits resident in the northwest zone, plus Niger State, which is the biggest state in Nigeria that Tony tells us that can feed the entire Nigeria, even West Africa. Yeah. Boko Haram and bandits disrupt farming activities, leading to displacement and reduce agricultural productivity. So people that have farms, they go to IDPs. The IDPs that they wanted to transfer allegedly to Imo State, Mbano, and before you know it, they open university in Nso. Ihimembano was set ablaze by unknown gunmen. I wonder when these gunmen will be known. So, when these people are in IDPs, they don't contribute anything again to the economy. They depend on government and some heart-minded individuals to feed them. So their farms are gone. The Boko Haram, the bandits, you come to the northwest, north central, that's middle belt, the farmers and the herdsmen, it's a big problem. And I'm not too sure that government is addressing it head on. A big problem. Limited access to credit, which we said, Tony said that Bank of Agriculture is below the radar now, and most commercial banks in Nigeria would hardly lend money for agricultural purposes because the farmers cannot afford to pay the interest rate, not to talk of the principal. The MPR now, the money that CBN lends to them, the rate of money CBN lends to the to the banks now has been moved to 27.25. Am I right, stockbroker? 27.25. And if the banks get that money from CBN, they will input a lot of income into it. So for a farmer to go and borrow money at probably 30-35%, it's already dead on arrival. They can't pay because farming, the gestation period is for a long time, 5 years minimum. And you put in seedlings, like I told you people, I'm farmer. In Ozobo, when there's a 10-plot land I got one of us who claimed that he can plant coconut and palm fruit seedlings. And within 30 months, etc., they will all germinate and I will be earning money from it. I got him to plant 100. None of them survived, and I had paid. Probably he's online listening to what I'm saying, but I won't mention his name. I complained that the 100 palm fruit seedlings or palm fruit trees, small ones that you planted for me or your boys planted for me, that all of them, none survived. He said, okay, that he will get another 100. And I still paid, though I didn't pay full amount. And none of them again survived. So it's a problem. I later, like when Charles was saying IITA, but somebody got me contact in IITA, but and I took some seedlings from here to the east and planted them. But the bad news is that this thing happened about 2, 3, 4 years ago. The bad news is that I can't even go to see how they are doing because the entire space in the southeast, forget what we hear in the radio and the TV, has been taken over by what we call the New Igbo movement that says that if you come out on a Monday, you risk going to heaven or hell. But the good news again, which my second son will say is audio, is that our able governor, Professor Soludo, went to main market on Monday and told the traders that anybody who doesn't open his shop on a Monday would risk government closing it for a week or a month. By Monday, I will be online to know whether the traders open. So what am I saying? That the insecurity is nationwide. No place is spared. And farmers cannot go to work. A lot of things. And the government needs to come out and face this thing headlong. We were told that with NIN number, all the insecurity will stop because they will monitor where these people are. It's a problem. It is a problem. So some of the things we hear from the airwaves, from the television, from the presidency, etc., are audio. Then themselves don't believe what they are telling the masses. So we need to limited access. Sorry, but we need to tell the whole truth. At times when you prepare a paper and you'll be reading it, you won't be saying it from your heart, from your mind. But when you are extemporaneously discussing, it will come out. So government should tackle insecurity in Nigeria. They should forget about fuel that is now moving up. Let them tackle insecurity so that people can go back to their various locations and do something about agriculture. If not, in 30 months' time, there will be trouble in Nigeria. God forbid. Many farmers struggle to secure loans, including the ability to invest in necessary tools and technologies for effective farming. Market access issues. Farmers often face challenges in reaching markets due to inadequate infrastructure and insecurity, resulting in food waste and low incomes. Another one is need for technology adoption, which I've said the other time. The agricultural sector lacks sufficient mechanization and technology, preventing farmers from maximizing yields and efficiently managing resources. What's the impact of insecurity? Again, emphasis today will be very much on insecurity before we get into the tax incentives. Impact of insecurity on agriculture. Displacement of farmers, I've already said it. Insecurity leads to the displacement of communities, forcing farmers to abandon their farms and crops, significantly reducing agricultural productivity. Limited market access. Farmers face difficulties accessing markets due to insecurity again, resulting in food waste and reduced income from unsold produce. Increased production cost. To ensure safety, farmers must invest in security measures, raising their overall production costs and diminishing profit margins. Reduced investment in agriculture, part of the impact of insecurity on agriculture. The threat of violence deters both local and foreign investors from investing in agriculture, stifling growth and modernization efforts. Food scarcity issues. Disrupted agricultural activities due to insecurity lead to food scarcity, like we are experiencing now, exacerbating hunger and the malnutrition in affected regions. All the regions are affected now. Impact on agricultural innovation. Insecurity hampers research and development. I think that Tony or Charles mentioned it in their papers. It hampers research and development initiatives, limiting the introduction of new agricultural technologies and practices. We are still back to what our grandfathers used to cultivate. We haven't modernized significantly. How do we improve insecurity? Enhancing security agencies with training and resources, deploying more personnel to farming areas to create a safer environment for agricultural production. That's neither here nor there. Those training, those security forces you are deploying, could be 5 and 6 with the bandits and the unknown gunmen and the Boko Haram people. Of news lately was the brouhaha in Zamfara. That the current governor is saying that the former governor is 5 and 6 with the bandits. And the former governor, who is today Minister of State Defense, told the current governor to swear by the Quran that his hands are clean as far as banditry in Zamfara State is concerned. Since I had it, the current governor must have had it, but I haven't heard that he has sworn by the Quran. So it's a problem deploying securities to farms. And even this week, it was viral that some of the bandits in Zamfara, because I think Zamfara is the capital of banditry in Nigeria today, for various obvious reasons. They are unlike Niger State, that agriculture is their major activity. Zamfara is, I think, gold, diamond, and probably there's what they call lithium. I don't know the pronunciation. And during the COVID era, or subsequently after that, I saw a helicopter or a jet landing inside the forest. And when it landed, some packages were put into it, and people said, "Nah, mining," and the jet took off. That was what made the former President Buhari at one point to say that no plane should cross Zamfara. But it's a problem. So the insecurity, if government doesn't tackle insecurity, we'll still be where we are. Most unfortunate. Support displaced persons. Provide essential support to displaced individuals, including food, shelter, and agricultural inputs, enabling them to resume farming and stabilize their livelihoods. Invest in agriculture. These are strategies to alleviate agricultural challenges. Invest in agricultural infrastructure, mechanization, and research to boost productivity and resilience against challenges facing the sector. Alternative livelihoods. Develop programs for alternative livelihoods for those affected by insecurity, reducing dependence on farming, and providing sustainable income resources. Training programs for job creation initiatives, community development projects, new irrigation systems, modern farming equipment, research funding, food assistance programs, shelter, access to farming tools, and the increased security presence, safe farming, etc. These are strategies to alleviate agricultural challenges. But these days, in Nigeria, both at the federal government level, the state, and the local government, the game is structure, how to get structure. And when people get that structure, they don't know what to do with it. Sorry for diversion, but I normally say that I use this task conference to say my mind to the world. A day or two or so, I read in a forum news by a former governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Oshoba, telling Nigerians to allow the current president way to be unopposed in 2027. I was like, somebody who just only 16 months or thereabout, let him prove his mettle. His mettle achievements will sell him in 2027. We are suffering in Nigeria. Forget about some cronies that are saying everything is good, including some former governors. We are suffering in Nigeria. This morning or yesterday night, fuel has been increased again. And as I was coming to this program this morning, my cousin that chauffeured me to this place, I was telling him that the reason fuel has increased is because of the conflict in the Middle East. Oil is a factor in Middle East, so oil has moved to about $80. If this ruffle between Israel and Iran escalates, oil could probably go to $120. And if it does, PMS in Nigeria will go for 2,000, 3,000 naira. It's a problem, but nobody is looking at it. But let's move. So what I'm saying is that rather than as a problem of infrastructure, rather than Wike, let me say this since it's off record, rather than Wike and what's his name, Sim, yeah, looking for structures and gunning people down and putting fire into a lot of this thing, they should come together and know that they are just agents of government. Soldier go, soldier come. Wike should leave the young man to do his mettle, to do his work. He doesn't own Rivers State. Anyway, let's continue. Key strategies for agricultural transformation. What are those key strategies? As expected, prioritize security by enhancing law enforcement and community policing to create a safe environment for farmers and agricultural activities. Enhancing law enforcement and community policing. I heard about community policing about a year or two ago, that there will be state policing, etc. But again, I refer to what my son, second son, told me, that is audio. Even President Tinubu mooted the idea, and the current Inspector General of Police's tenure has ended, but the retirement was moved from 60 to 65. So his retirement was moved from 60 years to 65, so that he would pretend the 2027 election. When the idea of state policing was mooted out, he was the lone voice that says no. Inspector General of Police, because of obvious reason. If you reduce his powers by giving to states, etc., you people know what it means. But that is the way to go. Because in Ozobo, my village, if you put a Yoruba man or an Hausa man or Fulani man to be in charge of security, he wouldn't know what we call Apian Way, where all these boys used to scale through. But if you put a local, somebody who is there, even if not from my town, but an Igbo man, he can just go and mingle with some people in Biafra and be hearing what they are saying. But an Hausa man will be frightened to go to a Biafra, local joint in quote, and even if he does, those people will not, because of him, start speaking in English. So state police is very, very vital in controlling, checkmating all this insecurity. If it's not done, we'll just be living in a fool's paradise. So I said here that prioritizing security by enhancing law enforcement and community policing to create a safe environment for farmers and agricultural activities. Invest in technology again. But Nigeria has invested in technology, but they are not using it. Because the need, we were told, is that if you use it, all the criminals will be caught. But fool. Particularly mechanization and artificial intelligence to improve productivity and efficiency in farming practices. Next one is implementing supportive policies, such as the National Accelerated Food Production Program, NAFPP, to provide a framework for sustainable agricultural development. Encourage youth involvement. I've mentioned it through initiatives like the Youth Agricultural Research Revolution in Nigeria, YARN, which fosters innovation and engagement in the sector. Leverage tax incentives to stimulate investment in agriculture and enhance profitability of farmers' farming operations. So we will soon get there, tax incentives. Benefits of AI, artificial intelligence and tax incentives. This one is harnessing AI and tax incentives to spearhead agricultural revolution. AI enhances productivity by enabling precision agriculture, which leads to higher yields and reduce resource waste. Tax incentives can attract foreign and local investments, stimulating innovation and growth in the agricultural sector. Countries like the United States and Canada have successfully implemented tax credits for agricultural technology investments, promoting modernization. Tax credits in road infrastructure today in Nigeria is being implemented. Apapa, Oshodi, Anthony Village, where I live, Bagada to Magodo, was done by Dangote Industries. And that road will last for tens of years. How was it done? Government told him that do this road and your tax payments in the future, you will deduct it. And it was done. So if such incentives could be applied to agriculture, we will get there. Ask companies to go into agriculture, and their future tax payments would be used to reduce what they have invested in agriculture. AI can provide a predictive analytics that aid farmers in making informed decisions, thus increasing resilience to climate change. Tax policies that reduce the financial burden on smallholder farmers can lead to increased investment in sustainable practices. Challenges and limitations. The initial cost of implementing AI technology can be prohibitive for smallholder farmers, limiting adoption. For smallholder farmers, most of the things we are discussing today on AI, etc., won't be applicable to them. But there are big boys in the farming sector. We have Bua Foods. Bua, the one who has Bua Cement as well. And Dangote, we have a Dangote rice, and but for this Rofo and with the NNPC and the government, they were to come into the market last quarter or so. The market, I mean NGS, Nigerian Stock Exchange, to bring the Dangote rice or Dangote farm, and they merge it with the current two companies in the NGS, Dangote Sugar Refinery and NASCOM. So there are some big boys who some of these things we are saying will be beneficial to. But the smallholder farmer, how can he be talking about AI? Does he or she know what AI is all about, etc.? Tax incentives may not be effectively communicated or accessible to all farmers, leading to disparities in benefits. To the smallholder farmers, do they even pay tax? So if you are talking about tax incentives to them, it's like, what are you talking about? Because they don't pay tax, and those people who ought to pay tax, the government has given them incentives that if your income or turnover is not up to 25 million or so per annum, you don't need to pay tax. So most of the small holders are not paying tax, they are just self-sufficient in production. Dependence on technology. Yeah. Is this NEPA or what? Charles. You're an investigator, Charles. What's going on? Ah. But in Anthony, we're on what was it called? Band A. I don't take my life again. Anytime they take it, maybe once in a week for a couple of minutes, a joy. But I'm paying through the nose. But it's better than all these disruptions. Anyway, there is a risk. Okay, before then, dependence on technology might reduce traditional farming knowledge and practices, potentially undermining local customs. There is a risk that tax incentives may not be sustained long term. That's very critical. Long term, governments, they do this today, tomorrow, they just like this. So a lot of companies are not looking at these tax incentives because they believe that long term it will not be sustained. A new government or even the current government can just jack it off, and leading to uncertainty for investors and farmers alike. AI systems require continuous data input and maintenance, which can be challenging in under-resourced agricultural areas. We have a long way to go. What are these catalysts of agricultural change we've been talking about, which is actually the theme of the title of this paper? Catalyst of agricultural change. Say the agricultural revolution in Nigeria, which we are talking about, represents a transformative phase aimed at enhancing food security, boosting economic growth, and improving livelihoods. It signifies a shift towards modern agricultural practices that can increase productivity and sustainability. And the catalysts of change include policy reforms, technology advancements, and private sector engagement. And they play a crucial role in driving this revolution we are talking about, enabling the sector to overcome challenges and seize opportunities for development. And the catalysts of change are grouped into policy reforms, infrastructural development, technology adoption, private sector engagement, youth involvement, research and development. We've covered almost all. Under research and development, you have a continuous research and development focuses on improving agricultural practices, developing resilient crop varieties, and the pest management solutions. I don't think there's any, even the IITA that is silent. Their aim was for research and development. When I was in Pricewaterhouse in the 80s, I think IITA Ibadan was one of our clients. But these days, you don't hear anything about them. I hope they are still there. Anyway. Role of tax incentives. We are now coming to the theme of the conference. I have here to encourage investment, to boost productivity, to support farmers, and to promote value addition. Under encouraging investment, tax incentives attract both local and foreign investments into agricultural products, enhancing financial inflow and resource allocation. Very key. The aim of giving investment to farmers is to encourage both foreign and local to come into agriculture. Because taxation is the highest expense in companies' statements. When you finish everything, the government will take 30% as company income tax, though the new law is trying to reduce it to 25%. So people should, the rate of taxation and the incentives would influence knowledgeable investors on where to move their investments into. Taxation. And taxation is mandatory. It's not if you like. And they can come in various forms. Like the banks, because of subsidy is gone and the regulation of the foreign exchange. Most of the banks in Nigeria made significant foreign exchange gain last year. And the government of Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu says, I removed subsidy, I deregulated the foreign exchange, and you people are basking in the euphoria that you've made so much profit. I will show you people that power is power. And he said that all those foreign exchange made by banks were divided into 50-50. 50% you retain, give us 50% as windfall tax. The banks kept quiet. They moved it to the Senate for approval. The Senate, just in their wisdom, thought 50% was very magnanimous and moved it from 50% to 70%. Government will take 70% of the foreign exchange gain, and then the banks will retain 30%. And I understand that that would come to over 3 trillion to the coffers of the government. Over 3 trillion. After the goat has left the bank, the managing directors of banks started meeting. Let's see what will happen. Meanwhile, all banks have accounts with the CBN. So it's either you pay or CBN will just debit. So the money has entered. So taxation, people should be interested in taxation. But most people are not. They face the upper one, profit before tax, without thinking that what matters to investors, to shareholders, to many people, is not profit before tax, it's profit after tax. So if you could manage your taxation expense very well, if two companies have 10 billion as profit before tax, one can have about 7 billion profit after tax, the other one could have less than that, or have 9 billion. So people should think seriously about taxation. And how do you reduce your tax expense? By looking at what are the tax incentives for your sector. If you know what tax incentives are, you can plug into them. If you know what tax incentives are for another sector, not in your sector, you can move over and commence operation in that sector. Okay? So I'm saying here, encourage investments. Tax incentives attract both local and foreign investments into agricultural projects, enhancing financial inflow and resource allocation. A lot of investors out there in the world, in Europe, Asia, and America, they are monitoring what our tax incentives are towards agriculture. If the incentives are great, they will come in. They don't need Ajala traveling around the world to go and tell them to come and invest. When you have the tax incentive, put it off. When you have a good tax incentives, those people we are traveling to go and convince to come and invest in Nigeria will come here on themselves. Late governor of Lagos State, Lateef Jakonde, governed this Lagos State between October 1, 1979 to October 1, 1983, and won re-election October 1 to December 31 before Buhari, then General Buhari, did a coup, December 31, 1983. For those 4 years and 3 months that Jakonde governed this Lagos, he didn't step out abroad looking for foreign investors. And he was living in Ilupeju, his personal car, his personal house. He was driving, his personal driver was driving his personal car for him. He didn't buy all these 150 million SUV armored car. Jakonde. In Ilupeju, near Anthony Village where I stay, and this, what is that? His name? Crown. Crown also was the name of his vehicle. Toyota Crown. But these days, when somebody wins an election at federal, state, or even probably some of these people that won local government now, they will go abroad to go and do what? To go and strategize. For what? And they will be traveling with their first ladies, etc., looking for foreign investors. When you haven't given tax incentives for those foreign investors, for them to, just like we are here seeing what is happening in Hezbollah and in Iran, everywhere. All those investors people are going to market. They are seeing what is happening in Nigeria every day. So if we want to encourage investors abroad to come in and invest in agriculture, we should do some of these things we are saying here. Give them apt tax incentives, let the insecurity be contained, etc. They will flow in here. We don't need, anytime I see our president and some of these governors traveling abroad looking for strategic investors, I normally say they are looking for elusive strategic investors. You go there, dine with them, and nothing will crop out of it. So we need to encourage in foreign and local, because Dangote is a local investor and he looks at all these things before investing. Okay? Boost productivity by reducing tax burdens. Tax incentives enable farmers to reinvest savings into improved practices, increasing overall agricultural productivity. Supports farmers. Smallholder farmers benefit from tax reliefs, allowing them to allocate more resources towards their farms and improve yields. Promote value addition. Tax incentives encourage the establishment of processing facilities which add value to raw agricultural products and increase profit margins. Other essential factors include infrastructural development, which we've touched, access to finance, policy and regulation, research and development, market access, and private sector involvement. We've looked at them before now. Challenges in the agricultural sector. We equally looked at it. Low tractor density, poor road density, agricultural trade deficit. The country faces a substantial agricultural trade deficit, indicating a heavy reliance on imports and critical need to boost domestic food production. Access to irrigation. Farmers often struggle with limited access to irrigation systems, which negatively impact crop yields and the overall agricultural input. Corruption issues. Corruption remains a significant barrier in agricultural sector, affecting access to credit, inputs, and fair market practices. Farmer conflicts. Conflict between livestock producers and crop farmers leads to destruction of crops and loss of livestock, necessitating a sustainable conflict resolution strategies. Because the northern axis is Sahel region, most times the herdsmen will migrate the cattle down south. And when they come, what do? They enter into farms that are not secured with fence. They enter into it and start having a fun. Their cows will be ravaging the entire thing as if it's a forest. And when the owners of the farms, the farmers, come, they have AK-47 and they use it on them. So it's a problem. I don't know why government should allow them to be carrying AK-47 and wouldn't allow you and I to equally carry AK-47 to safeguard ourselves. Impact of climate change. Last year or so, the current federal government delegation to climate change summit in Europe or Asia, I've forgotten where, was the highest. Yet, nothing has come out of it. Climate change significantly impacts Nigeria's agriculture by altering weather patterns and increasing the frequency of extreme weather events. Rising temperatures and the unpredictable rainfall lead to reduced crop yields, threatening food security and agricultural productivity. Farmers face challenges such as droughts and floods, which we are witnessing now in the north, and it will come down to the south soon, which disrupt planting and harvest cycles, ultimately affecting income and livelihoods. The increasing prevalence of pests and diseases exacerbates these challenges, further compromising the resilience of agricultural system in Nigeria. Okay? What are the solutions and strategies? Like we always say, improve infrastructure, including roads, storage facilities, and the irrigation systems to facilitate easy access to markets and resources. Enhance credit access, expanding financial services and products tailored for farmers, including microloans and grants to enable investment in agriculture. Booster research and development, we can say it more. Investing in agricultural research and development to develop improved crop varieties, pest management techniques, and sustainable farming practices. Facilitate market access by creating better market systems and trade networks to ensure farmers can sell their products at fair prices and reduce post-harvest losses. When I retired, part of what I had wanted to do with the driver who was shuttling me between Lagos and Ozobo in 2015, because anytime we pass Umunede, Abo axis, and even in Edo State, we see stacks of gari and other foodstuffs. So I was in contact with that driver. He must be online here listening to us. We were to engage in going to those villages, buying in bulk and bringing to Lagos and probably packaging it and making a huge money out of it. But I don't know whether or not my village people they pursue me. Most investments ideas I have, one way or the other, over time I will just allow it to pass. But even if I didn't allow that to pass, with the current kidnapping going on, especially on Lagos, Ibadan, Benin axis, one will be at risk going into that venture. So what am I saying here? Access to market. A lot of farmers don't have access to market. And as a middleman, if any of the people listening online can channel his idea to go into those farms and buying in bulk and bringing it to Lagos here, probably the person will be making a lot more money than the stockbrokers are making in Nigeria now. Because stockbrokers, why they are as fat as my good friend, is that when they key into a very good share, they can gain profit 10% per day. That's the maximum you can get. But you can equally lose 10%. But when they key into a very good one, there was a stock, I won't mention the name so that it won't be as if I'm the marketing or marketing them or stockbrokers. Last week, Monday to Friday, if not last week, 2 weeks before, it gained 60% in a week. 10% every day for 5 days. But when you now do compounding, it gains 60%. So it means that if you had invested 10 million on a Friday, the next Monday it gained 10%. The next Monday the gain will be 10% of you compound it. Means that for 1 week, if you invested 10 million, you would have reaped 6 million. Am I right? So for those type of money, is good, very, very good. And if somebody can enter into what I was just saying, since farmers lack access to market due to transportation amongst other things, and they don't have the post-harvest facilities like cold room, etc., it will spoil and it will make them not to be aggressive in subsequent farming season. If some middlemen can go to all these villages and buy in bulk, the farmer will be encouraged to carry on next time. And the middlemen will reap benefits tremendously, especially if they come to sell it in Lagos here, etc. So these are some of the things that people should look into. I'm giving this advice free of charge as well. Conclusion and the future outlook. The future of Nigeria's agricultural sector holds significant promise if the identified catalysts are effectively leveraged and the prevailing challenges are addressed. With robust policy reforms, the first thing is policy reform. Increase investment in infrastructure, including once more, it's like a gramophone, cracked gramophone, including once more, 3 people from Anambra State government are represented here. Am I right? Yes. Yeah. So the message you will take home apart from what we've said today is that Chief Ijeze wants the government of Anambra State to come and open up Umuduno axis so that farmers can have access for their produce, okay? Increase investment in infrastructure and enhance access to technology. Productivity can surge, leading to greater food security and economic growth. Engaging the youth and the private sector will reinvigorate innovation and sustainability, while government support and international cooperation can create a resilient agricultural framework. By tackling issues such as low mechanization, limited access to finance, and the eliminate change, Nigeria can transform its agricultural landscape into a thriving hub of productivity and prosperity. This keynote address, The Catalyst of Change, sets the tone for this transformation. and the address has highlighted the critical role of tax incentives in driving this change. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Chief. Let's clap for him. That's a very wonderful presentation that summarizes everything we have been discussing since morning. Like I said, agriculture is our mainstay. And for us to solve our problem of food insecurity, government needs to be intentional when it comes to dealing with food. But like Chief said, people, okay, I think it's Engineer Chinwe, people who are satisfied in terms of feeding, they can eat. They won't worry so much about what we are seeing today. But an hungry man is an angry man.